Good morning and welcome to the SoCal Women's Conference as we celebrate our 20th anniversary of service to our community. Today's conference, like I said, is in person, it's live, and in today's world, it's virtual. I'm your DJ, Jeff Gill, but I couldn't do it without this man right here, internationally known DJ Invisible Man. So he's going to be assisting me today. You got two DJs. We're doing it for you. Our MC today that I'm about to bring up is Wendy Birch. Wendy Birch, television journalist, professional writer, and motivational speaker. And it is my pleasure to invite her to the stage at this time. Prior to joining KTLA, Wendy worked with other television stations and E! Entertainment News. She has received numerous awards and honors, including 6 Emmy Awards. Wow. Aside from her work in front of the camera, Wendy Birch is also a professional media trainer to some of the world's top athletes. Additionally, Wendy is outspoken as an advocate for women struggling with fertility issues. She graduated from Brigham Young University. Please join me and give a big welcome to your MC for today's event, Wendy Birch.
We did the old bump there. Hi everybody, can you hear me? I feel like this is not working. Oh, there you go. Hi everybody, can you hear me now? Yeah. Nice to see you. I wanted to let you all know that we are COVID compliant here backstage. I've got my mask. How many of you have saved an enormous amount of money on lipstick over the last 18 months? Seriously. It's the only bright side I've seen to all of this. Hi everybody, again, I'm Wendy and I'm so happy to be here today. You know, I've always heard about this conference. I've always wanted to attend it. Can you believe it? 20 years. How many 20-year attendees do we have out there? Any hands? Some of you were just youngins. You sat at that table back there. I know that you were around 20 years ago. Yeah? Wonderful having you all here. And what we're excited about, last year, of course, we still had the conference, but we had to do it all virtual. This year, we're in the hybrid world. How many of you feel like you've used that word hybrid a few too many times? You feeling it? Yeah, I know. I think this has been a couple of years of just pivot, we pivot again. And we're happy though to welcome, is this my live camera to the world? Hi there. Hi everybody from your home. How are you doing? I can see you. You're in your bathrobe. And that is totally 100% okay. We've all kind of come into this world where we now have these virtual meetings, and I like to call it the electronic slide. You know, we've all kind of slid into it. It's like the electric slide. Some people really get it, and some people are just a little beat behind. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's like that wedding, you know that there's always going to be one person, and I'm going to keep it real. It's usually the white guy with the dad bod that just can't quite get the back part. You know, they just can't quite. Just a little off, but they're there anyway. So don't worry if you're having any technical issues. We're going to go through that in just a moment. How's Lena Kennedy doing? Has anybody seen her? That woman has not wrestled for 20 years. How's she doing? Can we give it up for Lena? Lena is the woman behind this manager. You'll be hearing more from her a little bit later. When we talk about the pandemic, let's go back to 2020, spring of 2020. We're all like, you know what? By the time we get to the end of the summer, everything's going to be fine. And then I remember we're all saying, by the time we get to the new year, 2021, everything's going to be fine. It is nearly damn December. Sorry, Pastor. And here we all are, but we're getting closer. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? We're getting closer. And that's why I think the theme of this year's Women's Conference is so appropriate. It's your season. That's what we're talking about. This is our season. We're coming into it, and it is a bright, bold, beautiful, sunny Southern California season. So we're very excited about that. So it's a perfect theme. It is a perfect theme. And one other thing that I love too is that we'll be speaking so much about women's health specifically. Never before, I think, in our lifetimes have we felt more connected and more aware of just how important our health is. Isn't that true? Didn't the pandemic just make us take stock in who we are and how we're treating our bodies. So today's just going to be a wonderfully fun and informative day. And we're so happy that you're all here to be a part of it. I am very excited to introduce the next person who will be giving us our invitation and our prayer to begin today in the right tone. It is Pastor Jean Birch. I just met her backstage. Yes. B-U-R-C-H. I believe we could be cousins. We're going to look deeply into that. We're both filling out a 23andMe profile even as we speak. So we're getting deep into that. But if I did have a cousin, I would want it to be Pastor Jean Birch. Guess what? She has served as the senior pastor of the Community Bible Church of Greater Pasadena for 20 years as well. And that is a tremendous job. And she has done such fantastic work during that time. During that time, she has provided, and their group has provided 446 units of affordable housing and social services. 446. Think about that. Pastor Jean has earned an MA in global leadership from Fuller Seminary and a bachelor's from Biola University of Organizational Leadership. We could all use a little more organizational leadership in our life. Let's consult Pastor. She's won numerous awards and many community recognitions. Please, without further ado, welcome my cousin, Pastor Jean Birch, to the stage. Let's give her a warm round of applause. Come on, cousin.
Thank you, cousin Wendy. And good morning to all of you. It is a beautiful day in Pasadena, California. And Lord, for that we give you praise. Let us pray. Lord, we give you praise today for being here. For it is in the book of Ecclesiastes in the Bible that it states in verse 4 of the third chapter, there is a time to laugh, a time to weep, a time to mourn, and a time to celebrate. And Lord, over the past couple of years, as we have navigated our way through interruption and disruption, through pain and sorrow, there may have been times when we found ourselves laughing to keep from weeping and mourning while we continue to wait with anticipation for the time of celebration. So Lord, today we thank you for this event, which offers us a time to celebrate each other, to celebrate 20 years, to celebrate. For we are here both in person and online. And it is an opportunity to expand our awareness of life and ourselves, of healing and of hope. So today we thank you for the opportunity to gain knowledge and wisdom, for good mental health and physical wellness. And today I pray that the knowledge that we gain today will inspire us to do what we can to honor you, O God, as we honor one another. We pray for blessings upon every speaker, our meal, and continued blessings upon our founder, Lena Kennedy. We pray that you will fill each of us with your love and your joy. And now, O God, when we leave this place, and this day is over, and we face tomorrow, may truth be our guiding force as we put our trust in you. And all of these things we pray in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Jean. Cousin Jean. Fantastic. Wait a minute. I'm not going to let you off just yet. I want you to all see the family resemblance. Can I get a little music, DJ? Can I get a little music? Because right here, I want you all a little closer. Okay, let's take ready. You can sit. Everyone sit. Come on, Jean. Come on, Pastor. Oh, yeah. And this is what you strike.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Float around.
Here we go.
A little attitude to the back table there. And then we work on back. And this is the important part. You gotta have a little. I like this. We are definitely cousins. We are definitely. Ladies and gentlemen, Pastor Jean Birch. Thanks, Jean. I couldn't resist. That was just too much fun. Okay, I'm gonna hand this one back off to my magic microphone man. Hi. I'm back. I might do a few things off script. Is that okay? Y'all okay with that? All right. Keep things going. All right. This is the point where I do a little housekeeping. No, that's ironic because if you knew me, I don't do housekeeping. But this is the electronic kind of housekeeping. So I'm talking to our audience at home. I see you. You're in your soft pants, as I like to call them. How many have been wearing soft pants for most of the time of the pandemic? Yeah, now we're back in hard pants. You know, they're just hard. They're hard to get on. They feel hard. I miss my soft pants. We want to let everyone know how this is all going to work. So I have a few notes about how it's exactly working for you, and I don't want to lose my notes. Okay. This is what's happening. For you guys watching at home, you can see us, but we cannot see you. Okay? You can hear us, but we don't want to hear you. So keep your microphone on mute, okay? Unless you want us to hear all of your conversations, but you probably don't. So make sure that you keep yourself on mute. Also, if you have questions, there's an online chat room that you can type in your questions, and I'll be monitoring those questions. And at the appropriate time, we can also make sure that your questions get to our panelists who are on the stage, so you can feel that you're a part of this. Also, during lunch, now this is the very exciting part. During lunch, you can go to any of the virtual tables that you want, okay? You can see who the host is. So this, I think, is a fantastic opportunity because you know when you're assigned a table and you're like, darn, I wish I had that table over there. Well, in the virtual world, you can hop to any table that you want. So I love that. So if you see the cool kids over there and you don't like your table, just keep moving. It's going to be so much fun for you. Also, and this is the part that I really like, at any time during the conference, you can shop. See, for these folks here, you have limited amount of time to shop. You have to actually go out to the lobby and shop, but we have these fantastic vendors who will also be offering what they're selling here in person to you online. And for you guys at home, there's also something very special in the fact that there are some extra vendors as well. Now, I have already taken full advantage of everything going on out there, and I have purchased this fantastic hat. This is a keeper. This is from our friends at You Are So Beautiful Boutique at ysbboutique.com. So, photo op? Yeah, I feel that one coming on. Never miss a good photo opportunity. I've always said that. So anyway, you can shop from home, you can participate from home, you can chat from home, you can do just about everything. And please know this as well. We miss you. This is a conference that usually has 2,000 people packed into a ballroom. This year we have about 200. Give it up for the 200 or so that are here. Thank you for being here in person. We're bringing the hybrid together, but we wanted you at home to feel as involved and as connected as we do here because we can feel each other's spirit. And I feel electronically, we're feeling your spirit as well. So let's give it up for our people at home that are dressed much more comfortably than we are at the moment. That's okay. I'm double spanked. I'm just going to full disclosure. I am completely double spanked right here. But that's all right. You know, this is how we do it. All right. I am very excited to introduce our first speaker. Our first speaker is Dr. Mihai Song. Now, she is going to discuss the myths and realities of gynecological cancers. How many here in this audience know someone that has had a gynecological cancer? My friend has ovarian cancer right now, and she is battling it. It is real. It is happening. Often these cancers are overlooked or overshadowed, should I say, by breast cancer awareness, because those folks in that arena have done such a tremendous job in public awareness. But gynecological cancers are still a very, very difficult thing to fight, but they are making huge progress in large part because of the woman that you're about to hear from. Dr. Song is the assistant clinical professor of gynecological oncology at the City of Hope Medical Center. She is passionate about women's health. She is the embodiment of learning about minimally invasive surgeries as well as complex abdominal procedures. She's an award-winning bilingual doctor. So not only is she a doctor, but she speaks multiple languages. So there's that. She also is eager to bring about new cancer therapies. She is overseeing a number of clinical trials. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Dr. Mihai Song.
Hi, good morning. It's really nice to be here and meet everybody here. I really love the energy and the vibe here. So I just wanted to thank you so much for that introduction. I am Mihai Song, a gynecologic oncologist from City of Hope, Department of Surgical Oncology. And I really want to thank the planning committee for inviting me to speak today on a topic that I'm passionate about, gynecologic cancers. And today we want to address some of the myths and realities in gynecologic cancers. We get information from many sources. Where do you get yours? Sometimes I get mine from my family, friends, social media, news, and even Google, right? You Google, why do I have bleeding? What is that discharge? And while some of them may be true, actually many of them may be true, some of them may not be. So today, we want to address some of those common myths about gynecologic cancers. Oh. Sorry, can we have our... Sorry, we're having a little technical difficulties. Oh, there we go. Okay. So I don't know about you, but this morning, this is one of the myths that I had to tackle. This is the myth that I grew up believing, that when using an alarm clock, it's the best way to wake up, until you have kids jumping on your bed, and then you realize this truth becomes very real. Waking up suddenly is bad for you. So let's talk about it. But before we could talk about it, we want to be able to name some of the gynecologic cancers. And as you all know, if we can't name the very problems that are bothering us, we can't talk about it openly. So I grew up without really knowing some of the names of my own parts in English. My parents came from Korea and they were telling me in Korean words about how to describe my own body. And as you know, there is some, error in translation. So when I grew up and then went through medical school and I had my own kids, I wanted to make sure they were aware. And I really love little kids because what they actually hear may be a little bit different. Just to give you a little story, my son was 3 when he came to me rubbing his belly, and then I looked at him and said, "Honey, what's wrong?" And he said, "Mommy, my uterus hurts." so then we had to do a little anatomy lesson at that point. And then earlier this year, my daughter, who's 4, and we're doing potty training and a lot of accidents, and but she's succeeding. We were going to the public bathroom, and I said, "Can you just go? We don't want an accident here. It's COVID. It's going to be really hard." And she finally listened. And, this is a large, public restroom. And then she, goes, she succeeds. She's really proud of herself. And then she goes, "Mommy," in a very loud voice, "Mommy, my vagina listens to you." So I had to tell her, it's your bladder, daughter. But again, these are perks of having a mom who's a gynecologist. So let's go through some of the anatomy ourselves and the cancers associated with them. So it's, so let me just here. So as you see here, these are the ovaries and the fallopian tubes on both sides. They're attached to the uterus, and we ovulate every month from these ovaries. And then if you look at the uterus, that's also called the womb, and inside is what we call an endometrium, and it's where it holds our pregnancies. And then when you go down, there's our cervix, which is the opening of the uterus, and that's where we collect pap smears. And as you go further down, there's a canal that opens into the vagina, and then that leads to the outside of the body called the vulva. And what we do as gynecologic oncologists at City of Hope, I am privileged to work with women from the beginning of diagnosis, because there's cancers that occur in any of these organs. And then I get to perform surgeries in some cases. And then also, as an oncologist, I can give the treatment that's needed. So I'm with them throughout their entire journey of cancer. So what is cancer? How does cancer form? On the left side, you see normal cells. And when some of these body cells kind of grow uncontrollably, it becomes cancer cells on the right side. And then it could spread to other parts of the body. Well, that sounds simple, right? Or not. This is a picture of one cell in our body that has a lot of pathways. I can't even read them here, but all these pathways are very important for our bodies to work. And when some of these pathways stop working or they work too much, it can turn into cancer. So let's address some of these general myths of cancer. How many have you heard or even thought cancer is contagious, especially with COVID, flu? I feel like everything is contagious. So, some of people may think that, can I get cancer from another person? So cancer is not contagious. However, some of the cancers are caused by viruses and bacteria that can spread from person to person. and certain types of human papillomavirus, like HPV, have been known to cause cervical, anal, and some kinds of head and neck cancers. And 80% of people would get HPV infection in their lifetime. Another myth, I'm too young, only older people get cancer. Or it doesn't matter that I don't know what type of cancer my relatives have had. After all, cancer is cancer. However, there are a lot of familiar cancer syndromes that occur with GYN cancers. I don't know if you have, especially in ovarian cancers, if you have family members or friends going through it, they may have a syndrome, called hereditary breast and ovarian cancer caused by BRCA1 and 2 mutations. It can cause breast cancer up to 70%, ovarian cancer in 20 to 40%. Lynch syndrome is one of those syndromes that can have an increased risk of colorectal cancer up to 80%, endometrial cancer up to 60%, and then even ovarian cancer up to 40%. And then Cowden syndrome happens in endometrial cancer as well as breast cancer. So this is a family tree down below that your doctor or your genetic counselor may go through with you. And then here you see kind of where it starts from, the affected male, the father who had this, certain mutation that may pass down to their children, that it could affect both sons and daughters, and then to their grandchildren. So you see the red where it's affected, it can happen in every generation. So some of us may not know our family history, but it's really important to really just kind of get ideas. When you have Thanksgiving or Christmas, it's not a really good topic to talk about. But, I think it's really important to empower ourselves with information that's really important to your health. Another myth that I commonly encounter is, I had a hysterectomy. That means I don't need to see a gynecologist anymore. But you really need to know what kind of hysterectomy you've had. Especially when you were young or, before you went into menopause, you had a hysterectomy. Did they do the total hysterectomy? Did they remove the entire cervix, uterus, ovaries, and tubes, or did they leave the cervix behind? Because that's going to be very important in follow-up as well. Did they remove the ovaries? Especially when you're young, we want to conserve the ovaries. I know the pendulum goes back and forth. Take out your ovaries, don't take out your ovaries. And so it's really important to speak with your surgeon about especially which parts were removed. There's also risk of vulvar cancers and vaginal cancers. So everything still needs to be looked at. So we really encourage, even if you had a hysterectomy, to really go see a gynecologist or your primary physician to do a full exam, pelvic exam. I get my pap smear every year. That checks for everything. Or I got my pap smear last year. I don't need to get a GYN exam this year. So it's really important to remember that a pap smear screens for cervical cancer only. And as of today, it's really not recommended to do it yearly. But that's not an excuse for us not to get an exam every year, because like what we said before, it's really important to check out the entire pelvis. Pap smear is only for cervical cancer. For endometrial cancer, there is no screening test. But there is a hallmark symptom that we all should be aware of, which is the postmenopausal bleeding. And then ovarian cancer really has no effective screening test. So let's go a little bit more into detail about specific gynecologic cancers. So we'll start off with ovary. So ovarian cancer, there is a lifetime risk of developing ovarian cancer in about 1 in 75 women. And unfortunately, 60% of women diagnosed are already in stage 3. So they're very advanced when they first present to us. And about 22,000 women are diagnosed with ovarian cancer each year. And we talked about how there is no good effective screening test. Pap smears do not detect ovarian cancer. And although we have a blood test like a CA125, it can be positive or abnormal in a lot of benign causes. Ultrasound that we use pretty often also cannot detect ovarian cancer as well. So it's really important to be aware of some of the symptoms that we may have. So the myth is, sorry. Ovarian cancer is a silent killer because it has no symptoms. In reality, there are signs and symptoms, but they're not very prominent, like a vaginal bleeding. So you may have bloating, or a pelvic abdominal pain, you have trouble eating, or you're feeling full very quickly, or you have to urinate frequently, You may experience constipation, heartburn, changes in your bowel movement, back pain, fatigue, changes in your menses, or pain during sex. So if you look at all these symptoms, it's very vague, and people may deal with it for several months to years before being able to see a doctor to really address it. So if these symptoms continue for 2 weeks to a month, please, you should see a doctor immediately to really go through the evaluation. Myths. There's a blood test, CA-125, that screens for ovarian cancer. Or I had a normal Pap test last year, it would have detected ovarian cancer. Again, I know I'm kind of repeating it, but really there's no screening test for patients without symptoms. So CA-125 is a blood tumor marker that's helpful once we know that there is a pelvic mass. So your doctors may check your blood to see if there's an increased risk of having ovarian cancer, but it's not even approved for that. We use CA-125 to really monitor response to chemotherapy and ovarian cancer. And again, Pap smear is for cervical cancer only, so the best way to really detect ovarian cancer is to be really aware of the symptoms that you have. Okay, I'm a surgeon, so I really want to address this. Cancer is only curable if you can do surgery to remove it. If you took out all the cancer during surgery, that means I don't need any more treatments. But in reality, surgery is only one of the tools that we have for cancer treatment. We have other things that we commonly use after surgery: chemotherapy, radiation, hormones. You've heard immunotherapy or targeted therapy. So surgery is really just one of the tools that we have in our toolbox to treat cancer. Sometimes surgery is the first thing that we do, or sometimes actually surgery happens after treatment, after chemotherapy, especially in ovarian cancer. And sometimes surgery isn't even the right treatment. Next myth, my ovarian cyst should be removed because it can turn into cancer. All women make cysts before menopause on a monthly basis, and that's where we ovulate from. So most ovarian cysts are actually benign and could go away by itself. So you really don't have to remove it unless you're having symptoms or if they're growing or changing in size. But it's really important to monitor with pelvic ultrasounds, exams, follow-ups. And so whenever there's a change, we definitely want to address it, sometimes with surgery. This is an ultrasound with a cyst that's shown below. Again, I've had a hysterectomy, so I won't get ovarian cancer. They took out everything. There's no way that I could get ovarian cancer. Although removing your ovaries at the time of hysterectomy can significantly decrease your chances of ovarian cancer by about to 95%, there is still a very small, rare chance of developing ovarian cancer, even if your ovaries were removed. So please, if you have symptoms like we discussed before, just listen to your own body. I think you are your own expert of your own body, so it's really important for us to be able to listen to it. Let's move on to endometrial cancer. So at a glance, this is one of the most common gynecologic cancers, and estimated new cases this year is about 66,000 women. Estimated deaths is 12,000. I've had no bleeding for 2 years, and I just started bleeding again. Maybe it's my period again. Menopause can happen as early as 40s or really late, and we define menopause as 12 months without bleeding. So if you were 40 and had menopause or early menopause, and 2 years later you had bleeding again, some people may think, oh, I'm just getting my period again. Something must have happened. I was stressed for the past 2 years. But it's really important to evaluate any postmenopausal bleeding. Other common symptoms are unusual bleeding. Let's say you're still having your periods. Maybe you're having bleeding in between your periods, or you have a heavier flow that's been continuing for several months. Or if you have abnormal vaginal discharge or pelvic pain or pressure, all of these should really be addressed. Another myth is being overweight or obese doesn't put me at risk for getting cancer. For endometrial cancer, if you can memorize HONDA, some of the risk factors include hypertension, obesity, nulliparity, which means not having any pregnancies prior, diabetes, or anovulation, which means you haven't had your period for a while, With that all causes kind of like extra estrogen, which is a risk factor for endometrial cancer. There's nothing I can do personally to prevent getting endometrial cancer myself. But in reality, we all should be following a healthy and balanced diet, exercising regularly. Even though I write this, I haven't done it myself. So, but it's really important to, keep that in mind, having a diet and exercise, really paying attention to your body. There was a study that was done and published in 2017 that, looked at a large number of women, and they've shown that women who lost 5% or more of their body weight after they turned 50, their risk of endometrial cancer was lowered by almost 30%. Obese women who chose to lose weight and lost 5% or more of their body weight had an almost 60% reduced risk of endometrial cancer. On the other hand, women who gained more than 10 pounds had a 26% higher risk of endometrial cancer. So all in all, the study really encourages us to really watch our weight because it is a significant risk factor for endometrial cancer. On the other hand, they asked me, eating sugar will make cancer grow. So I should really, stop eating all sorts of sugar. And of course, for me, I really love chocolate, so that would be really hard. But all cells depend on sugar or glucose for energy. So sugar doesn't really make the cancer grow faster. Likewise, if you deprive cancer cells of sugar, it doesn't slow down their growth. But a high sugar diet may contribute to excess weight gain, and obesity is associated with an increased risk of developing endometrial cancer. Cervical cancer. So HPV vaccination is one of the best things that we could offer to our patients and their families to really prevent. It's the best protection that we have against 6 types of cancers, not just cervical cancer. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. So, there's a screening test with pap smears and HPV, but a vaccination is something we could offer even before they're exposed to HPV infection. So estimated, cervical cancer cases about 11,000 in the US every year, but we deal with a lot of precancerous cells. So, if you've heard cervical dysplasia or your pap smear comes back a little bit abnormal, your gynecologist, does a biopsy and says, you don't have cancer, but you do have precancer, and it's years of follow-up and treatment. So that affects about 196,000 women a year. And these precancers can also lead to problems during pregnancy. There's 5 other cancers caused by HPV, and there's no recommended screening test for these 5 cancers, so they really wouldn't be detected unless they cause serious health problems. The back of the throat, anus, vulva, penis, and vagina. So really, HPV vaccination is approved and recommended for boys and girls starting at the age of 11, that could prevent over 90% of these cancers. So if anything, we really want to recommend our everybody in our family to really be vaccinated from the age of 11. And for women, it actually goes up to the age of 45. And ideally, we want to get the vaccine before being exposed. A myth, HPV infection will clear up on its own. So cervical cancer is caused by the HPV virus most of the time, and there's more than 100 different types of HPV. And HPV is kind of like the common cold of the vagina, and anyone who's been sexually active has likely been exposed, up to 80% of the people. Although most people will clear a mild virus on their own, untreated HPV infections can progress and cause cancer. So it's really important to know your HPV status when you're getting your pap smears. If the HPV comes back as positive, it's really important to follow that as recommended by your doctor. Cervical cancer runs in my family. We talked about family history and how really important it is to know our history, but cervical cancer is actually one of the gynecologic cancers that are not passed on to your children. So pap smear really is the key screening test. A lot of parents come with worries about HPV vaccine. It'll cause my child to be more promiscuous. But no study has actually supported this theory. There was actually a study in 2012 that showed both vaccinated and unvaccinated girls were similarly sexually active. And they're gonna have sex at some point. So it's really important to vaccinate before they become sexually active. And again, boys definitely need to be vaccinated as well. One of the myths is they don't have a cervix. they won't get cervical cancer. So why do boys need to get the HPV vaccine? So these are some of the numbers of new HPV-associated cancer cases each year. So on the left side, you see females. Most common cancer HPV-related is cervix, but it also can affect the vulva, vagina, anus, and the throat. Males, although the numbers are lower, 19,000 compared to 24,000, a lot of them can have HPV-related cancers as well. So the throat is the most common, 81%, anal cancer, and penile cancer as well. So vaccinating the boys help to protect themselves as well as to protect their future girlfriends and wives. So really herd vaccination is the way to go. So we really went over some of the myths in ovarian cancer, endometrial cancer, and cervical cancer. So how can I tell what's reliable information and what's not? I love Google, I Google everything, but we just want to make sure we can find good information on the web. And these are some of the websites that are out there that specifically deal with gynecologic cancers. Foundations for Women's Cancer, Society of Gynecologic Oncology, SGO.org, Mayo Clinic, City of Hope, but just not Google alone. So I'm gonna end with this. I really want to encourage and empower us to learn, listen, and act. And hopefully after this, you're able to name the 5 gynecologic cancers that we deal with. So listen to the symptoms, learn the symptoms, listen to your body. We really have to take care of ourselves in order to take care of other people as well, and to really act by seeking care. After coming to, So after coming to City of Hope, I love this picture. This is an actual gate at City of Hope campus. City of Hope really continually affirms its vision that really health is a human right. And in that spirit of this remarkable cause and vision, one of the early leaders at City of Hope, Samuel Goulter, coined this phrase, which became our mantra. There is no point or profit in curing the body if in the process we destroy the soul. And I really truly believe in treating the entire person, body and soul. So I just want to thank you everybody for giving me this opportunity. And so I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Dr. Song, how are you? Are you wrapped up? Yeah. That was fantastic. One more big round of applause for Dr. Song. Thank you. Dr. Song, I love, come out here for one moment. I love how you basically said, listen to our bodies. I mean, we women, we listen to our kids, we listen to our husbands, we listen to our bosses, we listen to all sorts of things, but how often we just don't pay attention to what's going on inside.
Yeah, no, that's true. I'm a mom, I'm a daughter, and I'm being pulled, right? Especially during COVID, your kids are doing remote learning. That's, I have to be a teacher as well.
You've never lived until you've put your kindergarten kid through Zoom school. There's no experience like that. It's unbelievable.
No, so, a lot of times we are the last person to take care of our own selves. No one, we're taking care, like you said, of everybody else. So it's really important to take care of us first. So I really want to encourage everybody.
Thank you. The only time I feel that our bodies really yell at us to pay attention is menopause. I mean, menopause does not shut up. You know what I'm saying? It keeps you up at night. You think you're forget about it, then you start sweating. Why are you nodding? You maybe know someone who has gone through menopause. Anyway, menopause is loud. Everything else is quiet. Once again, Dr. Song, thank you for all the great work you do, especially with clinical trials. I appreciate it. Thanks so much. Isn't she wonderful? One thing that I think is so amazing when we talk about female cancers or cancers in general is I once heard someone say, we're always looking for a cure for cancer. Always looking for the cure. Maybe there isn't a cure per se, but maybe there is a way that we learn to live with cancer and to learn to just...
Put it in here? Oh.
Who is talking to? Should someone... God, is that you? I was making a point about cancer. This is why we tell people to stay muted. By the way, thank you all. I wanted to walk out here and thank all of you for being COVID compliant. I know that some people couldn't join us today, like table number 2. They'll be here for lunch. But what I do love is that you all have proof of vaccination when you came in today. So thank you very much. Give it up for the fully vaccinated in this world. Isn't that great? I saw a tweet the other day by Dan Rather. If you follow him on Twitter, he's actually really wonderful. And he said, and I love this, he said, so many people will argue what is the greatest technological advance of our lifetime. Some would say the ATM machine, because really, who's seen the inside of their bank? Some would say it's my computer or my iPhone. And he said, no, the greatest technological advance of our lifetime, of the last millennium, is vaccines. Think how different our life would be, how many people wouldn't be here right now if it weren't for the basic vaccines that we have. So let's give an amen for the vaccines. Can't talk about health without that. All right, let's stretch, shall we? All that talk about the uterus and the ovaries, let's stretch our fallopian tubes. Everybody stand on up, we're gonna get some stretching. Elizabeth Ellis, we'll be hearing more from her a little bit later, but she is gonna come out on stage. Elizabeth, come on out, girl. Come on out. Oh, look how cute.
Hey.
Look at those leggings. I love
Hi,
those
everybody.
leggings. There is Elizabeth. Elizabeth is going to get us moving, and she's going to get us grooving. Elizabeth, you take it away.
All
Love
right.
the too.
Thank you.
I'm double spanked. I can't.
Okay. I didn't know it was going to be dance. I thought it was going to stretch. So while those that are standing there, I want you to just move in just any kind of way. Inhale, long inhale, and then exhale. So let's do that. Inhale, exhale. Like that. Yeah. Do it again. Inhale, exhale. So now what I want you guys to do is take your arms out. And if you can't take them all the way out, whatever length you can do, we're just going to move those arms, okay? So I just want to go around, just go around nice and gently. Those that can do like this, go faster. Those that can't, go slow. Good job. Good job. Now I want you to flex. You see me? I want you to do this. Those that can do that, if you can't, just whichever you can do. If there's some people sitting in your seat, you can do it sitting in your seat. Everyone seems to be standing up. That's great. Good job. Now I want you to focus on the waist, and I just want you to decide. Side. Moving your hips though. Side. 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 Your chair. Hold into your chair. Get your chair. I want you to flex like this. Knee and hold it there for 10 counts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now press on your toes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You don't let them do another other leg out, so let's do the same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Same thing you do in your chair. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Going back to your arm. I want you to raise that and breathe. Breathe. Just roll back and relax. We're getting you all relaxed and ready to go for the rest of this day. You're looking good. Keep going. 2 more, and we're going to go forward. The last one. Go forward. 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 You should be breathing with this movement. 2 more. And good. go. Another one is just to have fun. Just jerk. Just jerk. Yeah. You guys looking good. I love it. Yeah. I want to say thank you guys. I hope this was great. And now you can go on to the rest of your day. Thank you.
How was that? How y'all feeling now? I was going to participate, but I misread the agenda. I thought it said accessorize, and it actually said exercise. So I was not prepared, but you know. Okay. Hi, how y'all feeling now? Good? How are you guys at home? Did you stretch at home? Did you? Or did you watch the refrigerator and then walk back? Because that's technically movement, but that's not the kind of movement we're looking for. You know, unless you're getting yourself a healthy snack. So hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us in this hybrid session, our virtual world. And we have something very special coming up now. It's a fantastic panel with a longtime friend of mine is going to be the moderator, Lisa Stevens. Lisa Stevens, I knew her through her Wells Fargo days when she worked there for Wells Fargo for nearly 29 years. She was a child prodigy. She started at just 8, so you do the math. She's very, very young. She's a young woman with a great deal of experience. Lisa is an amazing person, and you're going to love her for how she's going to lead this next panel. This next panel is entitled Empowerment, Taking Control of Your Journey. We're going to have views from women in different aspects of the business world about the impact of COVID specifically on women, how it has changed us, how we have adapted, how we've once again pivoted our lives to work through this pandemic and then work beyond this pandemic. Lisa, if you have not had the pleasure of meeting her like I have, she's really a wonderful, dynamic person that you're just going to love and feel engaged with. She currently serves as Aon's Chief People Officer. That's CPO. I think every business needs a CPO. Can I get an amen for that one? We need a Chief People Officer in all aspects of life. You know, I've long since believed when it comes to business that it's not what a business makes that is the real equity. It's really who does the making, who makes it. You know, it's not the service that the business provides, but it's the people who provide the service. And Lisa certainly embodies that through her work with Aon. As the CPO, she's responsible for creating, implementing, and leading the strategies that empower Aon's employees. And at last count, they had more than 50,000 employees in more than 120 countries. So that is quite an undertaking. That is a lot of people to be the Chief People Officer of. She also leads their Human Capital Solutions business, which provides really powerful data analytics and, you know, all sorts of stuff that I'm going to let her get into a little bit more. But without further ado, ladies, and you few gentlemen here in our audience, we do love a few good men, right? Let's give it up for the men, the brave men that have come into this conference. Ladies, let's give it up for Lisa Stevens. Hi, Lisa. How are you? You know what? Can I just say, who else has missed hugs? I see people now and I don't know what to do. You know, do I elbow them? You know, do I, but one more hug. I'm triple back. You're triple back. So, right, great. All right, I'm gonna let Lisa take it away and enjoy the panel, and we'll see you in just a little bit.
All right. So I think we should give it up for Wendy, first of all. Pretty amazing. So great to have you here, Wendy, and your energy is absolutely infectious. And also, as we all know, Lena behind the scenes, we've got to let her hear us roar right now. Lena, woo! So I'm really excited for this panel. I was just talking to two of the three women that we're going to be speaking with for the next hour. And I told them that I've been so excited because they have so much to share. I think that we all have in common around what everyone's been dealing with. You're going to hear it today later from Rachel Fellows, who's going to spend time talking about resilience. And she's going to give us a call. Among all of us, I know that we have some cousins that are here today, but we are all sisters. And what Rachel's going to talk about is sisterhood and resiliencehood. How do we come together as sisters and through resilience to really help each other through all the things that we've been going through? And there's no doubt that the pandemic has completely amplified some of the challenges that we've all faced, but it's also shown how strong and how resilient we can be even if we're not always physically together, but that we're together. I also want to just say that Lena is a groundbreaker when it comes to what's happening today. I know that Wendy said hybrid, we don't want to hear it again, but this is probably one of the first hybrids to take place ever, and it better be on Lena's wiki page, because she is showing people how to do it. So with that, I want to invite to the stage, first of all, from our own Huntington Hospital, the chief head of diversity, equity, inclusion, Pamela Weatherspoon. And Pamela is amazing and has so much to share with all of you. So welcome, Pamela. Also with us physically is Evelyn Martinez from Bank of America. And while I've known Evelyn, just so everyone knows, for over 30 years, which is kind of crazy. We both started when we were 8. I met Pamela this week, and I was just so inspired to get to spend this time with you, and for all of us to get to spend time with you. And then joining us from a hybrid place, our Lieutenant Governor, the first woman Lieutenant Governor, Eleni I want to make sure she's there so I can see her. Konalakis is joining us virtually, so I think they're going to pull her up on the screen. Is she coming? Let me tell you a little bit about her while we're getting her on the monitor. For those of you who don't know her, before Governor Newsom appointed her, she spent time as an ambassador to the Republic of Hungary. She published her famous memoirs back in 2015, which was Madam Ambassador, talking about 3 years of diplomacy, dinner parties, and democracy in Budapest. Eleni is also just thrilled to be here today, and when she joins us, we'll have her join in on the conversation, but I think we should get going because we're nimble and resilient, and we'll hope that she joins us soon. All right, so we're gonna kick it off. I just wanna give everyone a quick statistic, and then I'm just gonna be looking right at both of you. But so a recent study by McKinsey, after a year and a half into COVID-19, women in corporate America have made extremely important gains, especially in the C-suite and senior leadership, such as the 3 women that we're talking to. But the pandemic continues to take its toll. 42% of women report being burned out versus 32% last year, and 1 in 3 women consider downshifting. Listen to this, 33% of women consider downshifting their career or leaving the workforce this year. Not good, right? So let's get into it. So Pamela, you have done some pretty amazing things in the last, all your life, but it would be great to hear a little bit about your journey over the last couple of years and the impact that you've been having, taking on diversity, equity, and inclusion at many locations, but now most recently at Huntington Hospital. And then just talk a little bit about what's driven you the last year and a half and some of the things that you've done that maybe have helped you to get through and cope with dealing with this environment and with the pandemic and the lack of connection with people.
Well, thank you, and I feel so blessed to be here. I think I want to step back a little bit more of what drives me to do this work. I grew up in what some might call an at-risk home, so this work that I do around diversity, equity, and inclusion is very personal. And I think all of us could probably acknowledge that the last 2 years have been really difficult. The pandemic has shined a bright light on the inequities that exist in our nation and throughout our entire world. In addition, it's also, within the last year with all of the work that's been done to progress racial inequities around racial injustice after the murder of George Floyd has really propelled this work. And I feel a great sense of responsibility to be a part of change. We all know that there is so much need in reducing racial inequities and producing more equity for all of us. And I feel that in this work, especially in healthcare right now, which is, I really feel for a lot of our clinicians and all of us that do this work, we really have to be intentional, right? We know that more brown and black people have died of COVID than others. And so with that, I feel a great sense of responsibility and feel blessed to be actively involved in creating that change, knowing that that change is impacting, us when, with my work here in Pasadena, but that change is also impacting the little girls like myself that I was growing up. So it's very personal. I feel blessed to do this work. And I know that with where we are in our nation, which is such a blessing, is more and more people are acknowledging the fact that this work not needs to be done, but has to be done. Right? And I get to drive that, and I have to shout out to some of my great colleagues who are here from Huntington Hospital, who are in the community doing the work every day, are great allies and partners with me doing the work. So it's needed, and I feel blessed to be a part of it.
Okay, so I'm going to get you to talk a little bit more about you and some of the things that you do. I do want to give a shout out to Huntington Hospital also, and just say, if it weren't for Huntington Hospital, my mom, we got an extra 7 months with because of the care and love of the doctors and the nurses at Huntington Hospital. During a time when if anyone went through surgeries, we got to go through 3 different heart surgeries in our family during COVID. I can't imagine the work that you've all done at Huntington and the work that you all done, and our healthcare providers dealing with COVID, but then dealing with, life didn't stop, right? It kept going. And just so much admiration for the work that you do and the support that you give to our community. So what do you do though for you, what are some of the things that you do that go beyond, that make you the whole you? Let's give people a lens of you.
Well, I would be lying if I said this work was easy. So what really feeds me and helps me stay grounded in this work is I'm a yogi. When I was going through graduate school, I found that yoga really helped me get through that, working full time, going to graduate school, and being a little bit of I would say, an overachiever in some ways. I decided after I finished my MBA to bust out a yoga certification. And so I practice a lot of yoga, and I also teach yoga. Being the person that I am also in believing in equity, I found that when I started becoming a yogi and going to yoga classes, that I was a minority in those yoga classes. And I don't think before I started practicing here locally, did I ever have an instructor that looked like me. And I knew how powerful that would be to have and create the space for other people who maybe don't think yoga's for them, to have somebody that they could, really see themselves practicing yoga. So I've done a lot of work also to bring yoga to those who maybe don't think yoga's for them. But yoga is something that keeps me grounded. Also, what keeps me grounded is being grateful. If we look at statistics, I wasn't supposed to be sitting here right here today, right? I grew up in a family that has had and continues to have a lot of struggles. And so being grateful of what I've been able to do in my life and the fact that I can actually make a difference really keeps me grounded.
All right, thank you for sharing that. Thank you. All right, Evelyn Martinez. I'd love to hear a little bit about maybe things that you've done differently now than you did 18 months ago, and then maybe some of the lessons learned, again, that helped you in the last 18 months from what you learned throughout life's wonderful journeys.
Well, thank you, first of all, Lisa, for thinking about me when I got the call. I was very humbled and so appreciative of the opportunity. Lisa actually is, and I was sharing the story earlier, Lisa started me on my leadership journey. She's the one that said, you need to go do this, and because I believe in you, and that means the world to me. This is why I'm here today, is 30 years ago because of this young lady. So thank you for that. The last 18 months, let me give you a little visual, if you will, of my household. I have a tribe that lives with me, literally. I have a brother who is 4 years younger, and he's autistic, and he's nonverbal. So when COVID broke out, he was our first concern, because if he can't breathe, he can't tell you. We physically have to see it on him to know that something's wrong. So my brother, my 70-year-old mother who refuses to stay home, So when she's very independent, and she would go shopping, and even if we didn't need groceries, she needed to go to the grocery store. She loved going to the casino. So when COVID hit, it was hard to keep her engaged, to stay home and to really talk through the challenges. So there's those two folks, right, which are the biggest risk in my household. And my daughter, who is now 18, 2020 was her high school graduation year. So no prom, no grad night, no fun, right? She got to stay home, and distance learning was really difficult for her. And then there's my 27, now 28-year-old son, who has been diagnosed with bipolar depression. My daughter was furloughed. She was working for Crocs at the mall, and she was furloughed, so now she's home. My son was put on a work from home project, so he now is working from home. And for anybody that knows that kind of diagnosis, it was not a good thing for him to be in a four-wall room all day with his thoughts. So those were the biggest challenges. When I think about personal challenges for me, right, and I think for most of us, it's two aspects really: mental health and financial. So when you think of the mental health piece, is how do I keep myself sane? Because initially I was going out and I could take a break from them for a day when I was going out and in the field, but then I was asked to work from home and not go out in the field anymore. So now we've got all of us under one roof. And so we were driving each other crazy. So how did I keep myself sane? I heard sisterhood earlier. I tell people I collected women over the last 15, 16 years when I started a group, and we call ourselves the Sisterhood. And so that was my saving grace over the last 18 months, because we would get together, do Zoom sessions, or we would call each other and talk through what challenges, because we all faced very similar challenges, right? Whether you're a parent or a professional, people were losing their jobs and trying to try something different. So that was my saving grace. But with the family, we would do family game nights, or we would go take hikes where we knew there was not going to be a lot of people, so that I could just get them out of the house and keep that mental stability for them. But first I needed to take care of myself, right? When you're on an airplane, they tell you, you've got to put that mask on yourself first. And I've had to learn over the years, because I never put myself first. And it took a mentor of mine to say, what are you doing for yourself? And I've had people ask me that a lot over the years. And I always say, oh, I do this and that. Well, no, that's for other people. What are you doing for you? Right? What are you doing for yourself? So I meditate. I discovered meditation when I was going through a really rough period with my son. And as I was going through the pandemic, that really helped too. So that's what I do for myself. And I've taught my kids to do that. My daughter started to suffer from anxiety because of everything that she was seeing with her brother. So we would literally be somewhere and she would start hyperventilating. So I had to talk her through that and get some therapy, right? I started therapy myself, and I'm very proud of myself for that about a year ago. I got a lot of therapy for the kids, and the kids one day said, Mom, you need therapy too. So, okay. So I started therapy sessions, and we joke about it, because they're like, this is, something will come up and it's a situation. And they're like, oh, that's post-therapy, Mom. So it's mental health is a huge aspect of what we've gone through and what we're going to continue to go through, I think. And it's having dialogue about it helps. Now the financial piece. Financially, now I have a whole household of people with more groceries, electricity, right? That goes up for a lot of families. That was a big concern. So I've got my daughter now that could sleep the day away, and so she's not productive. So, and I had extra bills. My girlfriend, who was a behavioral therapist for special needs children, was laid off 3 times last year. So as a result of that, I said, I've been watching these furniture refurbishing shows. How about we start doing something like that? And they were like, yeah, let's do it. So we went on Facebook, OfferUp, and we would buy different pieces of furniture, paint it up and change the knobs and resell it at a very nice profit, by the way. And so we started doing that. And my daughter was excited about it because she could be creative. She had something to do now. My girlfriend kept her sane, but we all had a nice extra chunk of change at the end of this. And then we started we saw other videos of people selling pallets. I'm like, what is that? Well, you buy a pallet of different items of people, it's either overstocked or people have returned and they have minor irregularities, and then you sell it. So we started doing that and added that to the profit. And now the most recent adventure, and we have now named our business, it's called Inspired Dreams. Because it came through the inspiration of COVID, and we all now are back to full-time jobs, but we're still doing this because it's been fun and it just adds that extra cash. So now we do customized items, so t-shirts, mugs. So we found that there's a need for that in our community. So my daughter loves being creative with that, and my friend does the sales, and I'm a little bit of the creative director. So we all have roles in this, but it's been a lot of fun. And so that goes back to the mental health, but it also financially has helped us. So that's where I've spent my time over the last 18 months.
I mean, you'll hear a little bit later from Rachel about how mental health, physical health, financial health, emotional health, your community, your relationships, they're all connected. And I just have to say, both of you obviously have figured out some part of the spiritual place for whatever it is, whether it's meditating or yoga, like to feed the soul, right? To feed the soul. But I also just love the fact that we're talking about mental health, and it's not a stigma anymore, and it's something that has to be out there. We have to encourage businesses to do it more, and we all have to be able to do it. So thank you for, talking about that. So I believe, Lieutenant Governor, are you there? Are you there?
Yes,
Governor?
Lisa.
Here you are. Hello. Well, let's give her a big round of applause. So we have already spent some time. Ooh, I'm going to let you go in a second. Talking about your bio, but we would love it if you could share a little bit about things that you've learned as a woman, in particular, going through the last 18 months with the pandemic, and then, of course, in your incredibly important role.
Well, thank you so much, Lisa. It's great to be here. I wish I could be with you all in person, but all of this new Zoom technology and the ability to participate virtually at least allows me to be with you this way. I was so inspired. I was listening in to Evelyn and Pamela talking about how they have been kind of coping with the last 18 months. And this really struck, Evelyn, you talked about being in a multi-generational household. This is what women do. We are so often the glue and the anchors in our families, in our communities, taking on not just our own career work, because let's face it, women working is really not a choice anymore, particularly in California where the cost of living is so high. But then on top of that, we're sort of the go-to people to make sure that we're there to take care of everyone else in the family, and sometimes in the broader community who needs it. So Evelyn, my mother doesn't live with us. She still lives at home, but we were all hands on deck trying to keep her occupied while staying at home and not going to the grocery store and the casinos, two of her favorites too. And really just trying to be there for the people in our lives. And across our beautiful state of California, you see that not just in the professional way, women make up the majority of healthcare workers and the majority of the frontline workers in critical areas like in healthcare and childcare and education and the like, but also that we tend to be still proportionally carry more of a burden of the kind of family duties of parents and children. And then the thing that struck me with Pamela, with what you said, talking about, Lisa, the way that many of us have been from when I was growing up is sort of talking about mental health. I do my fair share of yoga as well and have over many years. And I'll tell you, when I was in the business community and I would sneak off to take my yoga classes, in fact, when I was living in Hungary, in Budapest, and I had to go to yoga classes with an entire security detail waiting outside, it was something that was a little embarrassing, but it was incredibly important to me for my physical and mental health. And now that we're so much more open about everything that contributes to being mentally healthy, it's much easier to talk about these things. And again, I think that women have been on the front lines of really thinking about and pursuing the things that make us just healthier. So I have 2 kids. Again, Evelyn, like you were saying your daughter was a senior. Both of my kids had at least part of their senior year of high school remotely. And then one of them had his first year of college remote. It wasn't fun. It was a little heartbreaking, but at the same time, in our family, we, talked all the time about how important it was to count your blessings and to know that there were so many others disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. And then what I always tell my kids, what I tell students who I visit with across the state, I sit as a member of the University of California Board of Regents and the California State University Board of Trustees, and as a Board of Governors member of the community colleges. So I talk to students a lot. And I always say the same thing. The most that you can do to get a good night's sleep, to eat healthy food, and to get a little bit of exercise every day, that is a really good foundation to be able to handle the stress and the challenges and the issues that come at you. Now, sometimes, when we think about mental health, it goes way beyond that. But very often for students who get, really just life is sometimes too much to be able to handle the daily stress of it. Starting with that healthy foundation is very, very, very important.
All right. So hopefully it'll stop echoing. There we go. Okay. So thank you so much. And I'm gonna actually go back to you on this next topic, and let's talk about resilience and strategies around resilience and things that we do. And again, taking into account the last 18 months, I will just share a story. My mom suffered from dementia, and later on we found out it was Alzheimer's, and she didn't die from that. She died actually from her heart. But as a 40-something-year-old woman dealing with a mom, and she lived with us up until she passed away. She was wonderful. She was full of joy, just amazing. But when we would go out in public, it was a little bit uncertain. Like, she was really good about talking to strangers and super fun to bring around. But sometimes she'd stare a little too long, or she'd say something inappropriate. But I was in my 40s, and so it was okay. Like, I was like, I'm good with this. Like, I'm not embarrassed by it. This is my mom, and I love her, and and we surrounded her, and she was surrounded by so many people that loved her. Super lucky. So going through the pandemic, she spent all this time with our kids because our kids were home. We have a 22-year-old, a 20-year-old, and a 16-year-old. So they got a ton of wonderful time with my mom. The flip side of that is what I woke up to about a year ago was I was lucky enough to get to spend some time with some of my 20-year-old daughter's friends. And one of my daughter's best friend's mom is my age. Her name is also Lisa, and she's 50. And she has early onset dementia. And so this young lady started telling me this story, and I just listened to it about how people are really mean to her mom, and they're mean to her when they go out in public because her mom says things. It was me, what I just said to you, but it was a 20-year-old telling the story and not having the tools of how to deal with it, like not having anyone that she could talk to about it. And I think about now, like today, that was March a year ago. I think about where we are today and like how much farther we've come because of that. And so when I think about resilience, I do think part of it is reaching out to people. Like, our stories right now, everyone here has a story or 2 or 3 or 5. But when you get into a situation, it's so much easier, 1, when you can talk about it with someone and there's no agenda, but 2, when there's support. And when there's and sometimes it's just listening, but sometimes it's saying, okay, so like, here's some things you can do, like to make life easier. But I think there's all these things, everything that happened with George Floyd that was so horrible, there was a spotlight on it, and it couldn't be put away. because we were all sitting in front of our TVs and sitting in front of our computer screens and looking at our phones, looking at what was happening. And so I think about the world and this whole factor around what do we do to be a more resilient community. And so, Lieutenant Governor, I'd like to start with you just on when you think about that, what are strategies or things that you've experienced, and you two get a little bit longer, the two of you get a little bit longer, but that have really said this is something maybe I'll do differently, or that I want to recommend to those students or to all of us here in the room right now?
Well, Lisa, you touched on a lot of different things. First of all, I certainly identify with what you went through with your mother. My mother-in-law went through many, many years. My husband's father and mother, and we were very, very close. We're a very close family. And it's been called, Alzheimer's has been called the long goodbye. She was physically very healthy. And so as she became less and less cognitively the woman who we knew, it was just extremely painful for the whole family. And you're right, she's very lucky that she had you and a family to wrap themselves around her. But it's such a difficult thing. And then you also talked about what happened with George Floyd, a completely different, shock to the system in terms of our society, that here we were able to open up our phones and see something that in Black and brown communities is known to happen, but here the whole world saw it on a tape, a police officer callously, unfeelingly murdering a Black man in front of our eyes. It was the fact that it unleashed an awakening across our country. It was sort of a tipping point. It was everything had led us to this moment where now there was no excuse, there was no denying that these things happen, and that that everybody who saw it wanted it to stop. And so, like many of you, I was out going to marches, recognizing that there are so many men and women of our law enforcement who are incredibly wonderful role models, committed public servants, but that these two things can coexist, that having effective law enforcement, which in a democracy you must have, but also making sure that what happened to George Floyd, that as a society we can root this out and find out what is wrong, that this keeps happening, that these two goals, these two realizations can coexist. And it's been a journey, and it's a journey that has led us to some very significant changes in legislation at the state level as well as at the federal level. Not as much, I think, as we all want to see, or many of us want to see, but we are making progress on that. And that we are aware in our everyday life of systemic ways that we have discounted people because of their gender, discounted voices because of who they are coming from, and that this area of awakening, it is a moment for us to all seize upon and really talk about and think about and look at. And I can certainly tell you that at the state level, the state of California, which has so many of us who are keenly aware of our responsibility to make sure that we do not let this moment pass without real change, that almost every decision that's being made in government at the state level is seen through the prism of the kind of institutionalized racism and sexism that has existed, but also that it is seen through a prism of equity, and that this is not disparaging toward anyone who is, isn't a person of color, isn't a woman, but that that what we know is that our society is better and stronger, and all of us are better off when we confront some of the challenges of the past and look toward a future where we are able to treat everyone fairly as they deserve.
Well, thank you so much. And, I think we have to all lean into the need for equity and having courageous conversations, right? And I think that's some of what's helped me be resilient. Growing up and pretty much raising myself, I've just naturally been very independent and like, I got this, I can do this, I don't need help. And what I've found, because I've lived on the East Coast, I've moved in the last 3 years, I've moved twice into communities where I didn't really have a network, didn't have a community, didn't have friends, didn't have family, that I had to be very intentional about making that community for myself and keeping my community and connections with the people that I've been friends with for a really long time and be vulnerable. I think there's so much power in vulnerability. And I remember having a conversation with one of my longest friends who has a son who's autistic, and her speaking of her struggles and me leaning in and talking about my own struggles with anxiety, and her being able to finally get some help for her own anxiety. And I think as a leader, us being vulnerable about our, the things that we struggle with helps other people be vulnerable and, being able to do positive things to cope with the stress, feeling overwhelmed, everything that's happening to all of us. It really makes a huge difference. And I love Brene Brown for that reason. She's really leaned in with that as well. So if anybody hasn't taken the time to get to know Brene Brown and her leadership, and the many books and podcasts and things, that's helped me a lot to really feel comfortable in being vulnerable with the things that I might be struggling with. And when I open up and talk about those things, when people might look at me like, oh, she's got it all together, I'm like, no, I struggle too, and let's talk about it. It helps other people be able to talk about it as well and maybe seek help.
Any Denzel Washington fans in the room? Not only is he handsome, he's smart. I was watching a video, and Denzel will tell you, if you fall 7 times, get back up 8. Right? So resiliency is, and we talk about this with the kids, around what lessons did you learn from that? Because it's very easy, I think, to fall into a victim mentality and say, this happened to me, therefore I'm not going to push forward. It's, what did you learn? Right, from that? Was it something you did, or was there something that you couldn't control? Because that sometimes things happen to us that you can't control. And is there a way out? What's the way out? What's your plan? And come back always stronger. I came to this country when I was 5 years old. I was born in a small Central American country of El Salvador, if any of you know where that is. Tiny, tiny country. And there was no college graduates in my family, so I was the first to graduate from college. And it's been a tough road because I didn't know what to do. My parents couldn't teach me what road to take. So I've been lucky enough to have a lot of folks that have helped me along the way. And that's the networking part, and as I've gotten older, as I said, I've collected women because it's, if I asked you all, how many of you know an autistic person, or how many of you take care of your elderly mother, or have a college-age child, right? There's a lot of commonality there. And when you share your story with other people, and a very wise person that's sitting to my right said this in a speech, and I don't know if she remembers, but she was speaking at an event, and she said, you're either teaching or learning. And that was our Hope event where you said that. And so when you share a story with other people, you either teach them something good, right? They take something good away. So don't just share the bad stories. Share your wins, share your failures, if you can call it failures, I think failures are just a step in the right direction sometimes. Sometimes you need to fall in a hole because somebody's saying, don't go that way, go that way, right? So it's what happened to you, learn from it, come out stronger, and then leverage your network. Build a network around you if you don't have one now, because that's the only way that I've been able to survive all these years, and that's how I continue to grow as an individual all the time.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to make sure that the audience that's out there virtually, you can ask questions through the chat. I should have reminded everyone of that in the beginning. And Wendy will be somewhere to let us know what those questions are. And we can also open it up to the audience if there's any questions for this esteemed panel. So I'm going to look out there and see if there's anything. And Wendy, I know you'll yell at me if there's something on the chat. Otherwise, I'm going to ask you guys more questions. But anyone out there have something they're curious about? And oh, there we go.
Share that there's hope out there. The name of the program, the name of the program is called Recode. If you just Google on your phone, Recode Protocol, it's come up, it's right over at UCLA. Yeah, I did this in 2013. RECODE, Recode. And the success rate is about 76% of people that recover. When it happened to my dad in 2013, I just started researching because I had what you would call a come to Jesus meeting. I said, God, you said that you're the God of all flesh. You said that you heal all diseases. You said that there's nothing too hard for you. Now, Western medicine says that the brain can't be healed. Western medicine says we can address heart issues, we can heal the lungs, we can heal the liver, but no brain? You forgot about the brain? That was a problem for me. So I began my own independent research before there was anything published. And the one thing that I realized was I had to start with diet. Sugar, wheat, and carbs destroy your brain, period. A high diet of sugar, wheat, and carbs will destroy you. So the first thing I did was to get on board with that. Then I found a website called functionalmedicine.org. where doctors in this country that have been Western trained got sick and tired of their patients not getting well. After giving them drugs and whatever, they still had the same illness. So they realized that they were only managing symptoms, but not getting to the root cause. So I connected with a neurologist and I said, my father's gonna get his brain back. He's the only daddy I've ever had. I love him to pieces. And it's my turn to step up and do something for him because all he's done was give me what I wanted. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I think that's a great question. And Lieutenant Governor, hopefully you're still there for the panel. And I'll set you up and you can think about this for a second. So
Lisa?
thank you so much for sharing that story.
Do you mind? This just in. Breaking news. We have a question from our chat room.
Oh, okay.
So this just in.
I just want to say thank you so much for sharing that and for fighting and not flying away. So thank you. All right, Wendy.
Sorry. Breaking news. I interrupted you there. I apologize. That's what you do with breaking news. You say this just in. This question just came in. It says, how are you, our panelists, and people that you know dealing with the learning loss that many students in many, many communities statewide experience during the long COVID virtual only learning period?
So should we start with Lieutenant Governor? Because I can tell.
I believe so, Lieutenant Governor.
Well, I'm happy to talk about it. First of all, it's real. The learning loss is real, and it's just one of the tragic side effects of the global pandemic. Teachers who were heroic during this time, scrambling to organize their online courses, because as we know, the transition in California to online learning for our public schools went very rapidly, very, very difficult. We have students across the state who don't have computers. They were sharing smartphones. They don't have high-speed internet. The internet was going out. Very, very difficult. And those moms and dads who had to step in to help support their kids, those, again, heroic teachers who did everything they could to make their virtual classroom productive and positive. But it was a very difficult time. And let's not forget that a lot of what goes on with student learning happens on the playground, and it happens because they're physically together. So this was a real challenge. And now, as our students are back in the classroom physically for the most part across the state, and again, there's provisional approval for vaccines now for children under the age of 12. I think it's 5 to 12, but I would double check that, but I'm pretty sure that's the age. That's an extra protection. If parents are ready to go have their children vaccinated, of course, the state is encouraging it. We required vaccinations for our teachers to go, and all of our educators back in our schools in order to keep them safe and keep our educators and our children and their families safe. So this has been, in my opinion, the single most difficult challenge in California and in the country is keeping our kids mentally healthy and able to learn. But yes, the learning loss has happened. It is real. And now we have to do everything possible to make up for it. So there are a couple things. One is we had a record state budget this year, a $75 billion budget surplus. We've been able to allocate more resources to our schools, not just to keep people physically safe, as I mentioned before, but also with additional resources to deal with learning loss. And in our public higher education, and this is an area where I tend to focus the most, we are, we were able to really ramp up with access to computer technology to be able to learn remotely. And certainly, again, with being able to use the resources to make sure that we had ample classes and classrooms for students as they come back in. But one of the key things, this is actually what I was meant to say, one of the key things that has happened in public higher education is that, right at the very beginning, it was clear that students applying to college would not be able to take the SATs or the ACTs, these standardized tests to go to college. And so the University of California very early on suspended the requirement of the SAT for admissions. And what this really did was sped up the recognition that our admissions process can move forward very effectively without the SAT and some of these other standardized tests. So I think that we have been very adaptable in our public higher education system during COVID and in education in general, but recognizing that there has been learning loss and that we have to really double down in making up for it. That is what is the main focus as we go forward in getting our students back into the classroom.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. And the other thing, I think it goes without say, but the loss of learning also, it created more inequities. And so that's a reality I think we all know. And so how we put our focus and attention, both as corporations and as volunteers and everything else, is how do we help in the areas because of the people who didn't have access, as you said, to the online tools or to computers or the things that they needed. It was, and I know we all know them, but the teachers that were out there trying to figure out how to get assignments to the children when they didn't have that opportunity to do the face-to-face it was hard. So we only have a few minutes left, and I was hoping that all three of you could do something, which is if you could think of one wish or one piece of advice that you would like to give to our viewers that are out there sitting in soft pants. I'm still wearing soft pants, Wendy, by the way. I refuse to get into anything that doesn't have an elastic waistband. But if you could give one wish or one piece of advice that you'd like all of us to hear as we move forward in this, journey that we continue to be on in life, and the curveballs that we know that it throws us, and all the amazing opportunities it gives us too.
The first thing that comes to my mind, it's very simple, is give yourself grace. It's been a tough 2 years, and we all have overcome so much. And I think sometimes, especially as women leaders, we push ourselves so hard, and we're so hard on ourselves that it's important to give yourself a little grace and know that you're great, and that, every day is different. Always do your best, and every day is going to be different. So give yourself some grace.
So I have two. The first one is take care of you, because it's really easy, again, with everything that's thrown at us, to forget about us. And even if it's alone time, I like being alone. And people ask me, well, why do you like alone time? Who do you talk to? I said, myself. I just need that time for me to reflect and recharge. So take time for yourself, whatever that is, whether it's a class or it's just meditating or it's going for a walk. And then the second thing is build a network for yourself with the intention of giving. When you give, you get back, and use that network to share your stories, because you'll help somebody, or you'll get help for yourself from somebody who can give you resources to help you with your predicament.
Lieutenant Governor.
So I think grace and being kind to yourself and building those networks, I think that is all really, really good advice. It's been said before by the other panelists. It's already come up, but I think that word persistence is really important, because it acknowledges that that everyone is going to have those bumps in the road, and that it's sometimes, looks like, and people look so easy, but everyone, in my opinion, every woman I know who has done really, fulfilled their dreams has been persistent and had those moments where they feel like giving up and they feel, other people make them feel small. And to shrug that off, to shake it off, sometimes you can maybe do it quickly, sometimes it may take a few days, whatever it is, to be able to meditate on that word persistence. Know that it's not that it's easy, but that is always the pathway forward.
Thank you. Fantastic. So, Pamela, I'm going to put you on the spot as we end. And I know I only met you a few days ago, but I have to do this. So first of all, I would just say, and Lena does this better than anyone, which is be a joy maker, be the person that brings joy. But most of all, being kind. Can you show us your arm?
Yes, I do have a tattoo, and because the work that I do, I do a lot of trainings, and in my trainings a lot of times that, doing this work around diversity, equity, and inclusion can be as simple as being respectful and kind. And so I got a tattoo of a bee and kind on my arm.
Be kind. So easy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's give it up for our panelists. I just want to say that one of the things I like to do too is do a little shopping. Ladies, it's about time. This is from Hannah B. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling all of it because you know what? We finally have a place to go. So here's what's happening. You all are going to have an amazing lunch where you go to network. You get to talk. That's basically what we're saying. For our friends at home, how are our friends at home? How are you guys doing in there? You can shop too by going to the green room. And you ladies can shop by going out to our fabulous vendors. But may I, for one moment, let's bring the music down just a little bit. I have been told that there is an amazing woman in this audience right now. Where is Ruby Lee Jones? Where is Auntie Ruby Lee? Auntie Ruby Lee, how are you? I am told that Ruby Lee Jones is 103 years old. Ruby? Hi. How are you? 103. I don't believe it. You don't look a day over 102, honestly. Are you kidding me?
The Lord has blessed me.
Well,
with
amen.
Good food, good men.
Let's give it up for Ruby Lee Jones. You guys have a fantastic lunch. Enjoy yourselves. We'll all be back in about 45 minutes, so be sure to enjoy yourself, network, shop a little bit, and we love our online audience. Thank you. Mwah, 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 mwah. We'll be back in a little bit. Enjoy, everybody. Don't forget to get your shop on. Now, by all means, keep eating. Hi, everybody. How y'all doing? How is lunch? You know what? I love, and I'm sorry for you folks at home. I hope you had a wonderful lunch too. But here, we had meat and potatoes. And I got to tell you, I love meat and potatoes. I have a 6-year-old, so I'm on a steady diet of quesadillas, chicken nuggets, buttered noodles, repeat. Who's with me on that? Who remembers those days? Yep, no colored food whatsoever, just bland. Anyway, happy to be here. Loved the dinner. I loved the lunch. I loved it. And here's the question. It reminded me of my mother's old pot, well, I shouldn't say old pot roast. Ladies, your networking time can pick back up in a minute. All right. I was just going to say the lunch reminded me of my mom's pot roast, which leads me to think, back there in the kitchen, is there like a ginormous crock pot? Like, how are they doing that? Does anyone have the answers? All right. Well, now we got your attention. Sorry for that little lunchtime humor, but we're happy to have you all back. And of course, we are here at the 20th anniversary of the Women's Conference here in Pasadena. 20 years. Let's give it up once again for Lena. She is so busy. I have barely seen her. She is here, there, she is everywhere. But this is a ginormous, is that even an actual word? If it isn't, it should be. This is a ginormous undertaking that takes so long to plan and to bring together the in-person and the virtual event into a hybrid event is a whole new entity unto its own, and they've really done a marvelous job. And with that, here we go. All right, it is now my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, and you're gonna love this guy. I feel like we have not had enough men on the stage, right? I believe there's a man cave somewhere. Have you guys heard about this man cave? There's a man cave somewhere, and the men are doing something, although I don't think it's nearly as interesting or as entertaining as what we're doing. But nonetheless, we will let the men be men, or the boys be boys, however you want to look at it. But we have a gentleman for you this afternoon, that I am very excited to introduce. It is Council Member John J. Kennedy. And let me tell you a little bit about him before he comes out. He has served as a council member here in the city of Pasadena. He was first elected back in 2013. He really has a long history of public service. It even dates back to when he was 25 years of age, which may just seem like it was just the other day. That's when he was the youngest person to serve as the president of the Pasadena chapter of the NAACP. He's worked in several departments in the city of Pasadena. He's passed a number of ordinances that make Pasadena a much better place, a much safer place to live. He has a wonderful background, a wonderful history. He served as the deputy police chief in Richmond, Virginia for a time. Councilmember Kennedy has a bachelor's degree from a little school we call USC. And then, oh look, a law degree from Howard University. Do we have Howard in the house? Yeah, all right. I've heard about you, Howard folks. Yeah, I've heard good stories. So without further ado, please put your hands together for our council member, John J. Kennedy.
Thank you, Wendy. Gotta shake it up a little bit. It's been 20 years. All right, I'll calm down. You know, although Lena Kennedy is my sister, if there was someone else in the audience who had such a vision of putting together such an auspicious, community-driven event, I would be here, because all of you, black, white, red, yellow, all of the rainbow here at this event, you are my sisters and some of you are my brothers. I'm very happy to be here. Your theme, it's your season. What better theme could we have that it's your season? Now, you already were beautiful, you already were brilliant, so what else do we need to know? But nevertheless, it's your season. And we want to congratulate all of you for being here today in the 20th anniversary of the Southern California Women's Health Conference. And now, as you know, for those who are online, the Man Cave, where men are learning how to be smart like women, where men are learning to be smart like women. Now, since I am learning from women how to be a smart man, I would like to introduce 3 extraordinary women, if they're still in the house. As a matter of fact, if they would just stand so you can see their beauty and their brilliance. First, I would like to introduce my colleague on the Pasadena City Council, Felicia Williams. Felicia, are you in the house? Felicia is right there in that beautiful emerald green dress, rocking it. Felicia, a Stanford graduate, a finance expert, a new colleague of mine on the Finance and Audit Committee. Then I would like to introduce an extraordinary survivor. Her name is Michelle Bonarise. She is the city attorney and city prosecutor for the city of Pasadena. Will you stand, Michelle? Now, she didn't know I was going to do this, but it takes a brilliant on top of brilliant woman to survive in the politics of Pasadena. She happens to be a Stanford graduate as well. So give it up for Michelle Bonarise. Now, I told you women rock, right? Well, in the city of Pasadena, we just so happen to have a deputy chief of police who is a woman. Her name is Cheryl Moody. Now, Cheryl, are you here? Oh, you didn't come in uniform today. But I know you packing. I feel safe. I said I feel safe. Now, so there won't be any mistake. Hear me and hear me well. She is the deputy chief of police. My dear friend, John Perez, the chief of police, has announced his retirement. The fair and just thing to do, just like we did with John Perez when he was the deputy chief of police, we put him in as the interim. The fair and just thing to do is to put a sister as the interim deputy chief of police in the city of Pasadena. That's the only fair thing to do. You heard it from me. And if there's any shenanigans, we need 5 votes to make sure that happens, and you can make sure that we get those 5 votes. Hear me? All right. So I don't want to say too much because there are other folks who are going to be speaking, but I want to say how beautiful you are. Because yes, it took a man and a woman, but a man cannot have a baby. And we are grateful for your position in the family, even if you don't have children, your position in the family in building the health of a community. I don't need to say anymore. You all know you rock, you look good. As I said, you are brilliant and we love you. Have a wonderful rest of your conference. The food was good. I would have made it maybe some fish, but that's okay. That's okay. It was still par excellence. Par excellence. Now, last thing, as all of you already know, you don't need anybody to tell you. I said you don't need anybody to tell you. Women make what? The world go round. One more time. Women make the world go round. Now, you may say, why did he say that? Because I just happen to have 7 sisters and a mama from Mississippi. See y'all. Thank you. God bless.
Let's hear it for the council member. It's amazing he has that much of a voice considering he grew up with 7 sisters. It's amazing they even let him get a word in edgewise, right? What a great speech. Whatever he's selling, I'm buying. Whatever he's telling me to vote for, I'm doing. And yes, truer words have never been spoken. Men can't have babies. I don't know. You know what? Hey, we won that one. Okay. Let's go over what we have next for you, which is such a wonderful opportunity to hear from a really, really engaging woman and a speaker about a fascinating subject. I am talking about the one and only Dr. E. Faye Williams. And before she comes out, I want to just tell you that she's going to discuss her newest endeavor, and she's had many of them, but she has written a book called Wake Up and Stay Woke, Running for Life. The book tells many stories about Dick Gregory's life. Y'all familiar with Dick Gregory? Legend, comedic legend, political activist. What a storied life. And really, you know, the young comedians today are really where they are because of where Dick Gregory stood for all of those years. But let me tell you more about the woman behind the book. Dr. E. Faye Williams is an accomplished attorney. She's an entrepreneur, a civil leader, an activist, and oh, get this, she's earned 3 PhDs. 3. Yeah, 3. Take that. Also a law degree from Howard University. So if the 3 PhDs weren't enough, she had to go get a law degree and show us all how that's done. She's worked for legal counsel for the United States Congress and for the local, state, and federal governments on all levels. She's been an EEOC mediator. Really, the list just goes on and on. But I love this. Since 2005, she's served as the president and the CEO of the National Congress of Black Women. We are, woohoo, that's right. We are proud. We are honored. And please give a warm, warm welcome to the stage, Dr. E. Faye Williams.
Thank you. Yes, John. I know Lena's a very smart sister, and she told you to say all those nice things. Otherwise, I know you would have said, "This is a man's world." However, your sister taught you it wouldn't be nothing without a woman or a girl. Woo! I want to give a little shout out to Sister Lena Kennedy, to her brother, the Honorable John Kennedy, who was my law school classmate, to Ms. Judy Matthews, who is chair of the chapter of the National Congress of Black Women here in this area, and of course, the San Gabriel Valley. I also want to give a shout out to my board chair of the National Congress of Black Women, Ms. Lynn Dimely of the famous Dimely family. Also to all of the National Congress of Black Women members who are here today. And I just learned something who would be here today, and that is my publisher from Noah's Ark, Mr. Laval Bell, who published my book, The Dick Gregory, Wake Up and Stay Woke. And I also want to acknowledge some sisters I just met, the women in red, Delta Sigma Theta, my sorors. All right, I just want to say a little bit about the National Congress of Black Women. And we are an organization that was founded by Dr. C. Dolores Tucker, who did wear the colors I'm wearing today, and those of you who wear them will know what I mean. This is pink, by the way. All right, I also want to acknowledge all of you who are here today, because you are teaching that service, health, beauty, and empowerment can exist in the same room. That's what all of you are together. And so I thank you for being here for this wonderful 20th anniversary celebration. Many of the members of our organization are people you may know. The late Cicely Tyson, who was my best friend, and also Ruby Dee, Coretta Scott King, and so many others. All of the members of the Congressional Black Caucus have either been honorary members or paid members of the National Congress of Black Women. We honor both men and women. We honor what we call good brothers. And this year we honored, although it was a sad occasion, Michael K. Williams. His last words, to our knowledge, were spoken to the women of the National Congress of Black Women. We've honored Stacey Abrams, and we've honored many, many more women like LaTosha Brown and others who are doing things to make all of us proud as women. Our services include what we call College for Kids. We take the little ones and we start them early. We teach them all the things that they can be when they grow up in life. We have to start early with our children. We have to be their mentors. We have to be their role models so that they know more than being a dancer, a singer, or a football player. Those are okay. They pay well. But we also need people who give service in our community, and that's what we teach our young people. We have another group that we do pretty much the same thing with called College for Teens. We give scholarships to young people who might not otherwise be able to go to college. And we're very proud of that because we do that all over the country. Our national office is located in Washington, D.C., and we've done many wonderful things there too. We noticed many years ago that there was no Black woman in the halls of the United States Congress. And so we worked for 15 years it took us to do it. But now Sojourner Truth stands proudly in the halls of the United States Congress. And now I want to call upon you today for another woman we're going to honor with your help. And I ask each of you to go to our website at nationalcongressbw.org, nationalcongressbw.org, because there is no woman in this country who has been honored with a federal holiday. The next one will be Rosa Parks, December 1st. We're going to work with your help. We're going to make that happen. We, of course, work on voter registration and education. We help to influence policies all across not the country, but across the world. As a member of the World Conference of Mayors Board of Directors, I work with mayors all across this country, in Africa, in London, in Taiwan, many other places, as they work together to make their cities better. Now, I was told that I could talk about my book, Dick Gregory, Wake Up and Stay Woke. And we're talking about this book at a time when there are people out there who are trying to make fun or laugh about being woke. We in our community know what being awoke means because we've worked so hard. Many of our people died to make things happen for all of us, not just Black people, but everybody. And yet, there are people who would laugh about being woke for terrible things in this society. We know what being woke means because if we don't wake up and stay woke, many of the things that our ancestors worked for, many died for, are being taken away from us. As women, we know that there are efforts to take away choice from women about what they do with their bodies and many other things. As Black people, we know that voting rights people are trying to take away those voting rights. And in Congress, they will not vote for a simple thing as to help to make voting easier for all of our people. We must be involved. Dick Gregory was my good friend. Everyone called us running buddies because we were seen together so often working on so many issues across this country. Now, one of the questions people always ask is, you know, there are a lot of books out there about Dick Gregory, and I'm sure many of you have read some of them. There are documentaries out there, and I hope you've seen the latest one called The One and Only Dick Gregory. I do have a bit part in that documentary, so I hope you will see it. You can get it on Showtime on demand. You know that there are a lot of movies made about Dick Gregory. So they say, well, what is it that's different about what you wrote about Dick Gregory? And I tell them, you've asked the right question. Many of the people who did those films, who did those documentaries, who wrote books about him, they had to research it to know what kind of man he was. My book is written from the perspective of what I did with Dick Gregory. And you will find some things that are very sad there. you will find some things that are funny. As you know, he was a comedian. But I wanted people to know that Dick Gregory was more than a comedian. Many of you may remember Bahamian Diet. Many of you may remember his walk from California back to Washington, D.C., and from New Orleans to Baton Rouge. Many of you may remember the time that he spent in prison in Iran to help to bring some of our people home. But let me tell you, he was a nutritionist, and you may have seen that shoulder bag on his one shoulder and one on the other, and a few that he was dragging along, and anybody he could stop to help him take those bags. There were vitamins in there. There were news articles there. There were research papers there. He could tell you in a minute what to do for any ailment you thought you had. He believed in preventive medicine. He believed there was a way for us to take care of our health. How many of you have met him walking somewhere and he told you about the importance of drinking water? Many of us forget how important it is to drink water. You will find that in this book. Those of you who knew about Bahamian Diet some years ago will also find in this book the newest one that he had just completed, the newest product that he had just completed before he passed away. You'll find the information on optimal health in this book. And I know that Judy and the members of the San Gabriel chapter have some outside, so I hope that you will want to get them. And I made the book affordable for everybody because Dick Gregory would come back and get me if I made it impossible for the people who should read this book to read it. And so I want to talk a little bit about who this man was. He was born and grew up in St. Louis, Missouri. And he was very poor, as many of us were as we were growing up. In fact, he would tell you if he were here today, he was so poor that if a rat ran across their floor, they were just taking a shortcut to somebody else's house because they didn't have nothing to give the rat. There was always a purpose for what he said. He was an activist in high school. He made it known that there were no black companies that helped to get those gowns we used at graduation and that all-important class ring that we got. Some of us knew that we were never going to college. We were only going to be graduating from high school, so it was important for us to have that class ring. And yet, there were no minorities, there were no people of color, I should say, that helped to get those things to them. Therefore, they made no money on them. So that was one of the first things he protested in high school. And then he ran track when he was in high school, at Sumner High School, for those of you who may be from St. Louis. And he just knew there was no way for him to be going to college. He was just there basically to run track. And he would always win. But at the end of the year, if you remember those little books they used to have where they put all the champions of everything in those books and they made, big of it, it was important in the community, his name was never there. And when he asked why, his coach told him, you have to run against white boys to get your name in the book. Didn't matter that he was running faster than they were in the black league. And so when he graduated, he hadn't thought about going to college because he knew that he didn't have the grades to go. But fortunately, there was a coach who cared enough about him to help to get him in Southern Illinois University. He went to Southern Illinois and he was reluctant to go. But when he met the dean, he told him, I'm not going to take any tests to get in school because I know I can't pass the test. No one had told him he could. But the dean said to him, I'm going to give you a chance. I want you to go out there and I want you to do your best, and I want you to do your best in class. But let me tell you, if you don't do well in class, you're going to have to get off the track team. So that was motivation enough for him to do well in his classes. And that was a dean who cared more about him than just his coming to Southern Illinois to run track. And so he found himself not able to go out into the city of Carbondale, Illinois with his teammates. But instead of making them feel bad, he would always make up an excuse as to why he wasn't going out. Blacks were not allowed to go into restaurants in those days, so he couldn't go with his teammates when they went out to have a beer, to have a steak or what have you. He wouldn't have eaten steak anyway, he was meatless. So he ran into a father and a little boy one day. The little boy had a disability. And the father said, Mr. Gregory, would you sign this for my son? He's one of your favorite fans. He would love, this would just make him feel so good if you allow him to have your, let you sign his book. Well, neither the father nor Mr. Gregory had a pen or a pencil at that time. So Mr. Gregory said to the father, well, if you go over there in that store, and ask them to borrow a pen or a pencil, I'm sure they would let you have it. He came back with the pencil, and Mr. Gregory signed it. The little boy was so thrilled. Now, as Dick walked away, he said, I'll just bet he's saying uppity, that word that we don't like to hear, but the one he said he got paid $1 for every time somebody said it. He said, I bet he said he's uppity, and why couldn't he go in there and get that pen or that pencil? But the point is, he knew that he would not have been given the pen, so he didn't go there. He then had to go into the military. When he went into the military, he had no intention of following all those rules, all that discipline that you've heard people talk about over Veterans Day yesterday and still talking about today. But he went anyway because young men, went in the military then. Didn't matter that they were peace activists or what they were called into the military. So he decided he was going to be a jokester. He was just going to have fun while he was there. One day, he decided that he would get into this big pot in the dining hall. That was his duty to, what do they call it, the mess hall. So he got into this big pot. And the manager had tried to get him to get out, but he would just go in there and rest, sleep, whatever. He was not in there to do any work. Then the colonel came by one day and saw him in this pot. He said, boy, what are you doing in that big pot? He said, well, sir, you see, they told me that they were running short of chopped beef here in the restaurant, so I thought I would just help them out by, being the chopped beef. So the colonel said, young man, you come into my office to see me. He came to the office. He walked in. He didn't salute. He sat down on the couch. Colonel is just shaking his head like, I do not believe this young man. But he said, I want you to go down to the special events, or those of you in the military have been, and you know exactly what it's called, special services, I believe. Go down to, you go down to special services. And since you think you're so funny, I want you to be on this show, and you better be funny or I'm going to court-martial you. So he went down to the club. He won the contest the first night. He got sent back the second night and the third night and whatever, and he always won the contest of being funny. So now, when he's ready to get out of the military, or when they were ready to let him go, that too was something he decided to do that's a little different from what most young people do when they go in the military. They said, okay, well, what shall we give you as your place that you're returning home? He said he hated St. Louis. By this time, his mom had passed away, and he didn't want to go back to St. Louis, so he just put down Carbondale, Illinois, put down Southern Illinois University, which was unusual. Most people have a home that they're going to. But he got there, and after being there a while, he just decided this college stuff is not for me. So he had to think of something honorable to do to leave college. While in the military, he had met Nancy Pelosi's brother, Frank. So he and Frank cooked up a little scheme. I'm not going to tell you everything in the book. You got to buy it in order to know some of the stuff. I'm just telling you a little bit about it. But anyway, Frank and Dick cooked up a scheme. At that time, Frank was, his father was mayor of Baltimore, Maryland. So they decided that a letter would be written, a telegram at that time actually would be written, and they would send it back to the college to Mr. Gregory. And the telegram basically said, come to Baltimore, have a job for you, $25,000. Of course, at that time, $25,000 was a lot of money even for white people, but he was being offered $25,000. So when the telegram was delivered to him, he just kind of threw it aside like it was no big deal. And everybody was so excited that he'd gotten it. Even the president of the college, he showed it to the president, he showed it to the dean. He finally decided to show it to everybody on campus, and they were just applauding him, not knowing that the telegram had come from right there in Carbondale. They had made it up through the telegraph office right there in Carbondale, and there was no such job waiting there. He went on to be, as you know, a comic. And most people knew him as a comic, but he was so much more, which is the reason I decided I would write this book, because having spent so much time with him, I understood that he was so much more. First of all, he cared so much about women. Nobody knew that he did that, but I remember since I have been president of the organization, which has been 16 years, until the day that he left this earth, wherever he was in the world, he made it a point to come back and to be there and talk to the women as long as they wanted to talk. And he always said that the two strongest forces in this world are the Black woman and the Black church. And of course, he recognized that there were many other women who joined with Black women to do magnificent things. So you can say the strongest force on this earth are women. And of course, those of us who go to church would know how important that is to our lives. But he was always there to help. As a matter of fact, my organization, the National Congress of Black Women, named the award that we give to men the Dick Gregory Good Brother Award. There is so much. I got thrown off because of the time change. You know, I was supposed to come on at 12:44, but I suppose someone will let me know when my time is up. But you know, Mr. Gregory was one of those people who grew up with almost nothing, and yet he made something of himself. I don't know how many of you are old enough to remember when he got started in comedy and how he got started. When he was invited to come to the, well, he was on all the shows. They had Sullivan's Show and many others. But when he was first invited to be on one of the big shows, he turned it down. And the reason he turned it down, he said, because he had never seen a Black person sit on the couch. So he hung up the phone when he got this big call, and they continued to call him back. And ultimately, he agreed to go on. And as a result, he got invited to do a show one night, and he was doing so well. He was speaking to this group of Southerners. And as you know, he told a lot of jokes, a lot of stories about Southerners. You'll all probably have heard of when he went down south to work in the civil rights movement, that he walked into a restaurant and sat down, and the waitress came over and said, "Sir, we don't serve colored people in here." He said, "Good, I don't eat them either. Bring me a whole fried chicken." So that was the kind of thing he did to teach people who were racist or wanted to be a lesson. And then in walks these big cops. And when they walked in, they come over and they basically say to him, "Anything you do to that chicken, we gonna do to you." He picked up the chicken, he kissed it on his rear end. So those were are you telling me we gotta move on? Okay. I am very conscious of time, even though I got thrown off with, I go from what to what. But he was able to do that. And it's important that we remember that he was a human rights activist. He didn't just work for Black people's rights. What he was doing was working for the rights of all people. And I hope you will remember that today. He had friends all over this world. And of course, he would do many things. And I can remember many of the things he said, whether he was teaching it to me personally or not, but he would say that God and fear do not occupy the same space. So many times people ask me, well, how did you go to Iraq? How did you go to Haiti? How did you go to all these places where guns were drawn on you? Because I have been caught up in the sea trying to prevent wars in the Arabian Sea, held on the water 20 days after having already been on there 20 more days. And I was chosen as the leader of the group. Well, I'm afraid of guns. I tell you, I say I have to excuse that when he talks about fear and God do not occupy the same space, but guns should not be there either when they tell me that. Otherwise, I've gone into many situations that were dangerous. I remember some years ago when we were caught up in the sea, and one of my mom's neighbors said, "Did you see your daughter on television? She was holding this gun." Well, I wasn't really holding the gun, Mother, but the gun was pointed toward someone that was near me, and my hands were up. So I was trying to avoid being shot. I was cooperating that day. But I don't always do that. Mr. Gregory and I did so many things together. I can remember our driving down streets in any city. We'd see people who were picketing. It could be they were picketing for higher wages. It could be anti-war. It could be voting rights. It could be whatever it was. We'd come back, get out of the car, come back to the group and ask, "What are you picketing for?" And almost always, it was about something of concern for us, something about humanitarian things, something about human rights, voting rights. See, people who got all that stuff don't have to picket. I mean, it's always good when they join us and picket, but they don't have to do it to get those rights. But Mr. Gregory and I always recognized when it was our time to go out and to picket. So we would picket anybody who needed to be picketed. It didn't matter who they were, how big their company was, how important they were in the town, or what have you. We would just simply find out what they were picketing for. We'd go back to the car, open the trunk, and get the sign out, because we always had a sign for every good cause in the trunks of our cars. And that's what I liked about him. He was never afraid to work for the betterment of all mankind and all womankind. And as a young boy, he decided that it was his responsibility to help others. He would, even as a little boy who didn't have shoes to wear often, just wrap his feet in newspaper, old newspaper, or anything to go out in the cold weather. At 11 years old, he was working on jobs that men much older worked, because he would up his age and pretend that he was older so that he could work to help his mother, who had to take care of 6 children. And so I feel that Dick Gregory is a person that all of us need to know more about. We need to remember some of the things he taught us, some of the things that he said, other than remembering him as a comic. When WPFW Radio, an FM station, the Pacifica station in Washington, D.C., asked me to do a radio program shortly after Mr. Gregory left us, I said yes. I said yes, but under the circumstance that you will allow me to name the program in remembrance of Dick Gregory, called Wake Up and Stay Woke. And so I invite all of you to listen to WPFW FM 89.3 some Wednesday morning. I know it's early in the morning for you, but that's y'all's fault for living out here. The program is on at 10 o'clock Eastern time, and I hope you'll join us. I've had many people from this area on the program, and I know there are many people here today who have wonderful things that they're exhibiting or that they've talked about. Feel free to call me and get a space on the program, because back east we can learn things from the West Coast too. We don't mind being up early in the morning or whenever we have to, because there's always something going on in Washington. When I come to California, and I used to live here, so I kind of know what it's like to live here, I would get up early, and so I know that you can do it when there's something worth getting up for. Also, when Barack Obama became president, I felt the need to be involved, and I was ultimately promoted to Commissioner for Higher Education and for Scholars. And I was very proud to serve in that capacity. I've always served in a whole bunch of capacities, because my mother taught her 7 little girls and 2 little boys that we could be anything we wanted to be, so long as we were willing to pay the price. I also had the honor of going to Grambling University in Louisiana as my undergraduate school, which is where I made Delta Sigma Theta. Coach Eddie Robinson, that people worldwide know, he always told us the same thing. You can be anything you want to be, so long as you're willing to pay the price. And so I'm proud of the fact that Dick Gregory was known as my running buddy, as my best friend. And those of you who are listening, wherever you are, if you're unable to get the book here at this event today, it's on Amazon.com. And I am so pleased that I was invited to be here today, not just to talk about the book, but to talk about some of the things that Dick Gregory said and did that you ought to know about. I've had a life which has been difficult in many ways. I grew up in Louisiana. Yes, my older sister doesn't like for me to say it, but yes, I did have to pick cotton when I was a little girl. And all of it, every experience I've ever had, no matter where I have lived in the world, it has taught me something important. And one of the things that I know as I write every week as a journalist, even your papers here in this area carry my articles. And I wrote one this week called, it's about being woke, wake up and stay woke. I hope you'll have a chance to read it, because as I said earlier, there are people who are making fun of the word woke. We in the African American community know what wake up and stay woke means, because so many things I worked on with Dick Gregory are being taken away, their efforts to take it away, not just from Black people, but from all righteous people in this world. And if God has blessed us with an education, with an ability to do something, then we have a responsibility to work and know above all that if you do not write the history of our people and what's going on out there today, then the tales of hunting will always talk about the hunter and not about the people who did good things to bless people, to help people, and secure the rights that our nation has promised us for so long. I think I've told you enough to at least interest you who may not have known Dick Gregory, that he's someone you should know. And yes, I did put a few jokes in the book because he could tell some good jokes. There's some that I can't really speak the salty language that he sometimes spoke, but just overlook that and know that there are a lot of pearls in Dick Gregory, Wake Up and Stay Woke. I thank you. God bless you. I love you. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I don't know about you, but that just woke me up. How you feeling, everybody? Isn't she amazing? Okay, yeah. First of all, you have to know that God is laughing because Dick Gregory is now in heaven, so it's a much funnier place. But I just have to give it up for Dr. Ife Williams. She may have 3 PhDs, she may have a law degree, but when you hear her speak, she is just so relatable and so wonderful. I thought that was just fantastic. And if you love Dr. Williams, we're going to love our next speaker as well. It is Victoria Pacheco. And before I bring her up too, I want to just give you a little bit of background. She's a registered dietitian who works at the Community Outreach Department at Methodist Hospital. Now, she works with a variety of patients to provide them nutritional counseling that include clients with diabetes, with heart disease, with cancer. She helps people with weight loss. And you know, one thing that really struck out to me is where it says that she teaches monthly diabetes classes at Methodist Hospital and provides nutritional education and screening at community events. My mother had diabetes. She had the insulin-dependent diabetes. And God rest her soul, I lost her a couple of years ago, and the cause of death was heart failure or kidney failure. There's a long list. But if you know and love someone who suffers from diabetes, I know what took my mother away from me. It was diabetes. Diabetes wrecks the body. And for someone in the position of of Victoria Pacheco to really help people kind of right the wrong and help them live healthier lives, is just such an amazing accomplishment. And so I can't wait to hear more from her. Just a little bit more about Victoria, though. She graduated from Cal State Long Angeles, rather, with a bachelor's and a master's degree in nutrition. And she earned a certificate of adult weight management. She's going to be my new best friend, from the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics. Please welcome with a warm, lean applause, Victoria Pacheco. Victoria, come on up.
Thank you, everyone. They should be putting up my slides on so you can kind of see where what I'm talking about here today. So I wanted to talk about boost your health with nutrition. And definitely today, first of all, I want to say I'm honored to be presenting here today to you. And I just want to say thank you to, I work for Methodist Hospital, and I want to say thank you to our big boss, Cliff Daniels, who a lot of you know, who is a great supporter of this conference. And so I'm happy to be speaking to you today. With that being said, we are thinking a lot today about our immune system and how our immune system is holding up these days with the pandemic going on. So I will talk a little bit about some of the brief overview of the immune system, discuss the factors that challenge the immune system, I'll talk a little bit about what we call the microbiome and how does that play into our immune system, and then talk a little bit about vitamin and mineral supplementation also. A couple other objectives is to talk about stress and how stress is impacting our immune system today, and look at some various ways that you can boost your own immune system. And then finally, identify some ways to manage stress. So as you know, our immune system is working hard right now, and it is working on virus, bacteria, and is trying to provide protection against these different types of things that are coming our way into the body. In terms of diet and immune function, I wanted to mention that your immune system is on constant alert always. And we have something called adaptive immunity, and we also have something called acquired immunity. The adaptive immunity is that which we already have. It's kind of already established in the body. And then the acquired immunity is the one that we sort of get from the outside in. So that one is, the acquired immunity comes from usually a vaccine or some sort of exposure. Some of the triggers that can, or some of the issues that can trigger an immune response, you know, things like aging, things like if you already are immunocompromised. An immune response occurs also from something like you're having a reaction to something that you might be allergic to, which is different than an intolerance. And then factors that challenge our immune system is things like stress. And so we'll talk about a few of those examples. In the microbiome, it's just something to think about, and you know, this could be a whole presentation in of itself, but the microbiome is really looking at specifically the gut, and I'm talking more about the microbiome in terms of the gut connection, and what kind of connection does our gut have to our overall immune system. In the, within the gut, we have about 70% of our immune system contained there. And so it's important that we think about things like the probiotics and the prebiotics. How do we get more fiber into the diet? We notice that in sort of a general diet overall, we find that people are only getting about maybe 15 grams of fiber every day, where now we're really starting to recommend upwards to 25 to 30 grams of fiber per day. In terms of the microbiome itself, again, we're really looking at the gut and the overall health of the gut. And we find that when our food choices are not so great, that is impacting the immune system in the gut in that way. So we want to try to consume healthier foods, and we're going to talk about some examples of that. When it comes to vitamins and minerals, you know, there's no really concrete evidence that any of these vitamins or minerals, and I've even seen some recent claims that supplements might make in terms of even protecting against COVID. Now, at this time, we don't know of any supplement or non-FDA approved types of supplements that are going to protect or prevent COVID at this time. So all we can really do is, you know, our usual recommendations is a multivitamin. That's always going to give us, you know, some, I would say protection, but if we don't eat great, sometimes those vitamins and minerals can be of help. But to identify one particular vitamin or mineral that is good for immune systems, I would say, you know, looking at our antioxidants. Our antioxidants are vitamin A, vitamin C, and vitamin E. It definitely couldn't hurt to get some of those into the diet, and those antioxidants are fighting for our immune system. In terms of herbal supplements, again, also limited research in terms of, you know, what they really do for us. But we do know that there is some benefit to taking in things like what we consider phytochemicals. Phytochemicals are the protection that the plant gets while it's growing, and then in turn, when we eat the plant, we get the health benefits from that plant. Things like garlic, tea, catechins, echinacea, you've heard of those things in relationship to the possible protection of the immune system through our foods. Going back a little bit to vitamins and minerals, the one I didn't mention was zinc, and we're looking at a lot of research with zinc and vitamin D in protecting the immune system. There's also the concept of inflammation, and you can measure inflammation in the body. We do see that sometimes patients do have what they call a CRP measurement, and CRP stands for C-reactive protein. Now that will measure inflammation in the body, and in my experience in working with patients with diabetes, heart disease, kidney failure, all of these diseases have inflammatory response, and that's sort of the connection between all of these diseases. Because you're experiencing that inflammation associated with heart disease and diabetes and these other chronic diseases, what we find is that it's already taxing your immune system. And so how do we combat that is we can combat that by trying to meet the patient where they are at with the disease that they are experiencing. We're trying to help them, I'm trying to help them clean up their diet, so to speak, and looking at really how do we decrease inflammation in the body, because if we can decrease inflammation in the body, we really can help our immune system to work a lot more efficiently. So again, going back to the vitamins, the antioxidant vitamins are vitamins A, vitamin C, and vitamin E. There's also selenium, which is not readily available or found in a lot of our foods, but we notice that selenium is also helpful. In terms of anti-inflammatory, I always find it interesting that a lot of people don't really know what anti-inflammatory foods are, but we can definitely focus on the omega-3 fatty acids in our diet for anti-inflammatory properties. So, you know, cleaning up the diet, we'll look at some specific recommendations in terms of foods and helping with the immune system. Stress, of course, you know, we are experiencing stress, a lot of us, at levels that we have never really experienced before. And so going with that stress is coming our weakened immune system. So taking care of that stress in our life, no matter how we do that, it definitely has an impact overall on the immune system. I was looking up different resources about what was the average amount of weight gain during the pandemic. And I saw anywhere during, the weight gain during the pandemic has been anywhere between 15 to 30 pounds overall. So with that weight gain, we definitely are seeing, you know, people were stress eating, we're doing some emotional eating, and those factors all, you know, food is comfort for us. And I think food has provided comfort for the stress levels that we have been experiencing. Ways to manage stress. Now more than ever, we recognize the need to address mental health and emotional needs today. And that goes right along with our nutritional needs. We can do this with healthy eating and stress management. And so I wanted to just mention a few things here. It's much easier said than done in terms of the way that we manage stress, but I hope you can take up a hobby, take a walk, meditation or prayer, and breathing exercise. I also wanted to mention, which I didn't put on the screen here, I looked up the best apps for 2021 in terms of helping us to decrease our stress. So a couple of them that came up are Calm, C-A-L-M. Calm was voted the best overall. There's also one called Insight Timer, iBreathe, Tide, which is for sleep, which if you're having trouble sleeping, I've heard that's really good. Headspace has been good for emotional issues. And then for teens, there was one called Colorfy. So if you're interested in knowing any of those, I'll be sitting over there at that table. If you want to come up and ask me, I'd be happy to share those with you. In terms of boosting our health, a lot of what's been in the spotlight lately is plant-based diets. Now, not everybody's going to want to totally change their diet and adopt a plant-based diet. So we also know that even just flexitarian is a word that we're using where sometimes you eat meat and sometimes you don't. So it's really less meat in the diet, but really increasing the plants in your diet. And by that, you are also decreasing inflammation in the body. Flexitarian is like, again, where you're eating meat. Sometimes that's the animal meat, and then other days you're not eating. So I feel like the flexitarian approach is the most flexible, if you will, and it's not as restrictive. The vitamin D has definitely been in the spotlight lately. Even some research from 2020 found that we do have vitamin D receptors that are in the immune system. And so those vitamin D receptors being present in the immune system does mean that we do have the need for vitamin D. And so low vitamin D can possibly decrease the immune system. If you have not had the opportunity to get your vitamin D levels checked, we would definitely recommend that you do that with your primary care physician and find out if you should be taking a vitamin D supplement of some sort. To boost your health, hopefully you will want to get some exercise. Now, exercise, you don't have to exercise to lose weight, but you do have to watch your calorie intake. So exercise really does come as a big help for our emotional and mental wellness. So I hope that some exercise can help to boost that for you. Also, getting adequate amounts of sleep. We know that if you're not sleeping well, that goes right along with a decrease in the immune system. Also, again, managing stress. And then finally, with the CDC guidelines, continue to do our proper hand washing, as that will help protect our immune system as well. Dark chocolate, I could do a whole presentation on dark chocolate. And so, dark chocolate, you know, it's gonna depend on how much, but I'm a big advocate of including some dark chocolate every day in the diet. And it will definitely, dark chocolate, yes, has more antioxidants. That's why we recommend dark chocolate over milk chocolate. And the antioxidants, again, are protecting our immune system, lowering our stress. I don't know how you feel. I don't think anyone's ever said, Victoria, I feel stressed from eating dark chocolate. So I'm sure it doesn't happen. And then it can help to lower your blood pressure because you are decreasing your stress. So the recommendation for dark chocolate, a little bit each day, is definitely always on my list. So one of the last things I'll kind of mention here, and I do have a handout, so if you guys don't mind bringing up that handout for me, I wanted to talk for a few minutes to give you an idea of what the Mediterranean diet is. I know even, maybe some of my students might be watching today. I teach for Pasadena City College as well as Cal State LA. And so I wanted my students to log in today and watch all the wonderful presenters that we had today. And they know that I'm always talking about the Mediterranean diet. I never shut up about the Mediterranean diet. And that's because it can really give us a lot of flexibility in our eating plan. And so it is plant-based. There is chicken, but red meat is probably only going to be once or twice a week. And so by the handout, you can kind of see the green section there is kind of going to be your GO, G-O, and then your yellow section is going to be, hold off a little bit, and then the red section will be kind of a stop. So, the yellow section is going to be kind of proceed with caution, don't do too much, but we do want those lots of plants or lots of a plant-based diet in that. High in fiber, I would say the Mediterranean diet. I know patients get confused on the diabetic diet and the renal diet, and what do I do for my high blood pressure? But ultimately, what I find in my experience in working with patients is that the Mediterranean diet is kind of covers many bases for that. I also want to say that the Mediterranean diet, and if you're interested in this handout, I'd be happy to email you a copy of that. But it is on the Live Well. If you just Google Live Well and the Mediterranean diet, this PDF will pop up. It is a 3-page handout. And it even has some recipes there on the back for you, and it has a shopping list. So I think it's kind of nice to be able to apply it that way. The other thing I like about the Mediterranean diet is it's red wine in moderation. You gotta like a diet that recommends a little bit of wine in the diet, healthy fats, and again, it's high in fiber and definitely lower in sugar. The other recommendation I can make with that, thank you. And so there's a couple little examples of the meals and kind of what you would eat on the Mediterranean diet. And again, what I feel I really like about this is it takes your own food preferences and puts them into this. So you're not eating foods that you're not familiar with. You're not eating foods that you don't like. I really feel that the Mediterranean diet covers your own food preferences and you can tweak it as such. If you're looking for healthy recipes, on the very last slide of mine, it may not show up, but it's eatingwell.com. And Eating Well has so many amazing recipes there for you. And again, if you're looking for this handout on the Mediterranean diet, you can go to Live Well Mediterranean diet. It should come up for you. And again, if you have any questions, you can let me know. I'll be sitting over there at the table. So thank you everybody for listening today, and I hope you have a great rest of your afternoon.
Victoria, wonderful job, thank you. She was great. So I was taking notes backstage, and what I heard loud and clear was the Mediterranean diet involves red wine, and that we can eat dark chocolate every day. 2 key takeaways. I'm sure there were other important information. I took notes as well, but those ones, they locked in. A lot of attention there. Wow, you know what? It is so true, though. What we eat makes such a difference in how we feel each and every day and each and every hour. I know, too, we had that wonderful lunch, and now you're sitting there. How y'all feeling? You doing okay? DJ Mike, give me a little something. Just take up the volume just a little bit. Feeling it. Name that tune. What is that, Mike? It's good. It was good. Yeah, that was nice. Oh, we need it. Just need a little something. Keep us going. Well, Victoria was wonderful. We have one more amazing speaker, and then just so you know, after that, we have some awards that we want to give out. Where are the Deltas? Deltas, can I hear you? Yeah. Oh, yeah, I can hear you. You stick around. You're on the agenda. You guys are coming up. And then we have a fantastic fashion show. Who doesn't love a good fashion show? When was the last time you even saw a fashion show? When was the last time you even bought new fashion? Come on, we're coming back. We're coming back strong. Our next speaker who is about to join us here is Rachel Fellows, and she's going to discuss what is your new, better human sustainability. You know, sustainability is one of those words that we hear so much in the vocabulary of the world, making businesses more sustainable, making our homes more sustainable. But what does it really mean, and how does that really apply to our individual lives? Well, that's what Rachel is going to be speaking about. She began her career at Accenture, and she now combines nearly 20 years of consulting experience with a master's in organizational well-being. She's got global clients that just span the world. They're in the areas of fashion and sports, technology, government, and other professional services. She is excited about the recent rise of sustainability in each and everyone's everyday lives, as well as the awareness that corporations and businesses are having about making their businesses more sustainable. She's the author of The Well-Being Narrative, and she became a working mom with the birth of her daughter during a COVID-19 pandemic. Take that. And with that, let's welcome Rachel Fellows to the stage. Rachel. And with that, we're now looking for Rachel. Mic, please. Grab the mic. Little music. We'll find Rachel. I guess as the MC, that's something I probably should have checked on before I actually walked out and introduced her, right? That's probably one of those, when you go to MC school, they say, make sure that the person you're about to introduce is actually behind stage. And I failed to do that, so I apologize. But I have that microphone right here. How are y'all doing? How y'all doing? I'm pretty good at this. I'm coming down. Wait a minute. Yeah, you know what? There's no real ladylike way to do it. Ruby still here? How are you, darling? I'm coming down. Watch out. Watch out, everyone. There is a 103-year-old woman in this audience. And if we're going to talk about well-being, if we're going to talk about living to the ripe old age of, I don't know, even 99, I'd be excited. But how about 103? Welcome to my talk show, everybody. Ruby, is it okay if I talk to you? Aunt Ruby? Aunt Ruby, I'm over here. I came to talk to you. I thought I'd come and talk to you. I thought I'd like an expert in longevity. And you want to turn your chair around a little bit, make it a little more comfortable? Let's turn Ruby around a little bit. Here, Ruby, you stay right where you are. We'll turn you. Okay, there you go. This is what Oprah did. This is how she started. Just went out to the audience. Ruby, now, are you 103 going on 104, or did you just turn 103? 103. When's your birthday?
9/22/18.
Wow. Wow. Now, is everyone in your family centurions? Do they all live long lives, or is this just you?
No, just me and my family. I'm the only one living in the two
The only one. How many children? How many great-grandchildren? Do you have any great-great?
I have two grandkids. I had one son, Guy Prado. He was a photographer.
Wow.
And he passed away.
Well, what is your secret? Because I have long since heard.
Told you, good food, good men. That's the secret. No more secret. That's the secret.
That will do it. I mean,
that's my best secret, ladies. Good food and good men.
But I have to ask about, you are beautiful. Beautiful. You radiate. Now, I've long since heard, black don't crack. Now, I've heard that. But right here, there is no cracks. I mean, if I was 103, you would be picking up my skin behind me and carrying it to where I am. Beauty secrets.
Good cook. I'm famous for my tea cakes. I make good tea cakes. I'm famous for tea cakes.
All right, so who is the whippersnapper here? Does she keep everybody in line?
Oh, heck yeah, without a doubt, yes. That's her niece right there. Y'all.
You live alone?
I live alone.
And her house is spotless? Who is this woman? Wait. Is this true or false, Ruby? You have done all your Christmas shopping. You have done all, you have 90, okay, well, there's too much information here. I'm an information overload. Let's just go back to this. It is not even Thanksgiving yet. Have you done all your Christmas shopping?
Christmas and wrap.
And it's wrapped. I got one thing to say. Damn! Damn! Everybody, standing ovation. Get on your feet for Ruby. Ruby, you are my hero. My hero. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your story.
All Santa Claus got to do is come down the chimney.
Good pen. She's got the... Oh, and she says that this is her favorite event every year. Is that true? Well, I'll tell you, I think we've got our new chairperson right here. Lena! And what she, wait a minute. She did what?
Remodeled her own bathroom.
You remodeled your own bathroom? Is there anything this woman doesn't do? I'm still processing her Christmas shopping is done and wrapped. I can't even go down the bathroom trail right now. How are we doing? Oh, you want me? You ready now? Okay, well, I'm ready too. Should I just go up? Gentlemen, I just need a big, strong man. I'll take you, Brian. Come on. I just need a little lift. Okay, 1, 2, and 3. Thank you very much. Not the first stage I've jumped.
Many thanks for the very kind and warm introduction. As you say, I'm Rachel Fellows from Yoke, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here with you all today to talk about a topic that is so fond or close to both Lisa and my hearts, and that is well-being or thriving, and how to even begin to get close to either of those concepts in today's relatively crazy world. And I look forward to exploring that together in the next 15 or 20 minutes or so. But before I go there, I'd like to welcome you into my home. You can see I'm not in office today. You can also tell that there's artificial lights going on, there's a British accent, there's a jumper being worn. So I'm definitely, unfortunately, not in California climes. In fact, I'm sitting at my home in London. So I really welcome you here, and also I'm incredibly excited to be able to have a global conversation around this important topic. So before I get going into the content of this conversation, I thought it helpful to just lay out the 2 ways that I'd like to meet you today, and in return you might choose to meet me there as well. And the first layer is very much in a human or a personal form, so strip off the Rachel as a well-being consultant or whatever you would like to add to that mix, and just see me as a fellow woman. So in the background you might be able to spot a husband, a 19-month-old little girl called Olivia. And I mean, even that in itself shares a story, doesn't it? Motherhood and resilience. But there's a few more stories I'd like to share to ultimately help offer you my resilience CV, and how by thinking through that, and I invite you to do the same, it actually helps reframe what we might choose to prioritise into 2022 and beyond. And the second way I'd like to meet you in our conversation today is as a fellow colleague, a fellow leader, and just thoughtfully using a few examples, including the work that we've been doing together at Aon, to think through, how do I lead this agenda in my organisation, even if it's not technically my responsibility to do so. So whether that's as simple as role modelling, whether that's actually through the way that we think about team performance, or some slightly bolder organisational thinking. And hopefully that will lead you with some inspiration to start to take resilience, human sustainability as a concept into your life going forward. So let's start very cleanly with the personal bit. And before we get going, I thought I'd just actually coin or define well-being, resilience, and human sustainability. All words I think I've used interchangeably so far already. And it's helpful not to assume that any of us really know what they mean, because we are using them regularly, but many of us haven't actually stopped to say, gosh, if I was asked the exam question, could I answer it? So let's just go back to basics on that one, and then I'll offer you my resilience CV as an exercise. So well-being. When I was doing my master's, there's lots of convoluted and very complex definitions, but one of the most helpful and simple ones was seeing well-being as a seesaw, with 2 key drivers. One driver being satisfaction or eudaimonic well-being, and the other driver being happiness or hedonic well-being. And basically life being a dance where in certain situations you'd find satisfaction and not happiness, or happiness and not satisfaction. Maybe you even find both, or maybe neither. And this constant dance is ultimately where work-life balance, or the concept of balance, came from. When we then tried to bring well-being into the organisational context, there was a bit of resistance. And actually, most of the resistance came from not really understanding how or if there was a business case for the seesaw. So as a result, we borrowed a slightly different concept from engineering, namely resilience. And resilience actually started off as a term, still does, that reflects how much pressure we can put a metal under before it snaps. And we thought, gosh, wouldn't that be really helpful to apply that to a human being, albeit a little bit clumsy and crude. But there's something in that, especially as we overlay neuroscience and we better understand the conditions that humans need to bounce back from moments of stress. Or maybe more interestingly, bounce forward into places that better serve our resilience and our well-being going forward. Now, you may say, that's it, that's enough. But there's something really interesting been going on in the last 18 to 24 months that highlights that it's actually not enough. And let's use a simple example of lockdown. In the UK, we've had 3 cycles of lockdown. The first one, most of us thought we'd attack, interesting language, attack via a resilience model. Right, I'm going to get my head down, push on through, and I will survive this. And actually, that's not resilience, that's endurance. And if you do that, you have little space to get your head up, to look at the things that are working, not working, reflect and refine. So actually, come lockdown 2, definitely lockdown 3, most of us are exhausted. So within that mix, there's something else going on. Something we like to coin human sustainability, or the art of sustaining our well-being and resilience over our lifetimes. So pinch of salt. Many of us are going to be working for 60, 70 years. Many of us are going to have very long retirement phases. How do we keep ourselves in a state of happiness, thriving, satisfaction, and ultimately having the ability to overcome again and again the challenges that come our way? And I'm just now going to frame all of that into something called the Resilience CV. And I'm going to pick out a framework that we refer to as the Human Sustainability Index framework for humans, for persons, for individuals. Before I do that, I want to share 2 really clear stories from my own resilience journey. And the first of which actually happened about 5 years ago. So before, is that now 2015, 2016? Before that, how would I describe my resilience CV? Probably stereotypical, type A. I was working at a consultancy, super physically fit. I was mentally sharp. I was doing triathlons at the weekend. And then something happened. I was actually cycling home on my birthday, which sounds a very dramatic story, but I got run over by a drink driver. And that individual broke quite a considerable part of my body. And also I had PTSD off the back of it. That's part of the story, but what's the actual resilience story going on? Now I'm going to frame some of that into these 8 pathways. I'm just going to list those 8 pathways now, and then share what actually happened to me during my recovery phase, and how beneficial that's been to the rest of my life. So if you had a piece of paper in front of you, and you were to draw a spider chart with 8 prongs, or a wheel, maybe you could just sketch out these 8 titles onto that wheel. So number 1, meaning and purpose, the reason why we do what we do in our lives. Number 2, mental health, our cognitive ability to cope with the stresses of life. Number 3, emotional health, our ability to be in tune with our feelings and keep them in perspective. Number 4, our physical health, or our deeper ability to sustain healthy functioning and fitness in our lives. Number 5, our effectiveness, or our competency in action in our life. Number 6, our relationships, or our ability to relate to others in a really healthy way. Number 7, our community, so our inclusion and contribution to the broader society. And number 8, our financial health, or our sense of security in our financial choices. So basically, if you were to ask me to study, which I did, all the different ways that we can carve out human sustainability in our lives, those are them. And let's just go back to my story now. So you can probably see, looking at your list now, that the pre-2015 Rachel very much lent on mental health, physical health, and I had an amazing job, so financial health was in a really good place. However, suddenly losing my physical health, suddenly losing my ability to mentally contribute to my work for a period, and suddenly having a bit of a challenge around my financial health made me realise a number of things. And I think this is where this human sustainability concept gets really interesting, because I didn't realise how much all of these 8 things are interrelated. I'd learnt in my master's this word holistic, but had I really understood that if I overdrove meaning and purpose, I might negatively affect mental health, or maybe a more apt example, if I overdid physical health as through my triathlon championing, I actually maybe negatively affect my ability to create a really robust way of being emotionally healthy, even if I have a nasty accident. So it may sound a bit dramatic, but I very much remember lying on the tarmac and going, gosh, I've got quite a narrow approach in my life to the way I manage it and my own resilience. And if all is well and I make a healthy recovery, I'm going to choose to lean into the things that I've been ignoring, to lean into my blind spots and really think through how I can begin to love and enjoy community as a pathway, and actually weight it in my mind, my mindset, with equal depth importance as mental health, or meaning and purpose, or financial health. And this for me was a huge penny drop moment. Really understanding that robustness, especially as a woman, with the hormonal cycles, with the need to take leave for various reasons in different chapters, different seasons in our lives, this sense of having 8 chair legs or 8 table legs set out in front of me will enable me to have a far more whole life as a woman and as a man. What this then led to was an incredibly rich and diverse life experience. I dove into things I never thought I would. The Californians amongst you might even laugh because I actually went to Burning Man Festival just to top it all off as I was exploring these concepts. But ultimately, what it did give me was a very diverse, resilient CV. And I knew exactly what I needed to do under each of these pathways. And I knew and highlighted the mistakes I'd been making. So for example, I would always say on a Friday night, if I had been feeling emotionally all over the place, wobbly, not sure about where things were going, I typically do one of 2 things. I'd go for a run to sweat it out, or I'd go for a drink with friends. Now I know that neither of those things help me from an emotional health perspective. In fact, both of them add stress hormones into my system that actually disturb my natural emotional regulation overnight and make me wake up feeling a little bit more imbalanced. So slowly unpicking, reflecting on the way that your different pathways interrelate, the choices that you are making, is a hugely beneficial exercise. So ultimately, we start to look towards holistic approaches, robust approaches, to drive a more whole way of creating resilience in our lives. And the connection with little Olivia over there was, having gone through that and having spent 4 years really cultivating that sense of groundedness in my approach, when motherhood came, I was very different in the way that I responded to it. It felt easier to transition from one chapter into motherhood, back to work, shifting work. So now I see change in an incredibly different way. I enjoy it more than I ever did before because I have this capacity to dance around it, dance with it, choose not to go there, choose to go there. So hopefully that's a really nice exercise, but it could be useful just to spend some time to look at those 8 pathways and just think, gosh, where do I think I am on those? What sort of resilience examples in my life highlight how I tend to overuse or underuse different aspects? What might I choose to actually lean more into going forward? The final thought I just leave there is ultimately on the personal level, we still don't know quite how much change human beings can take. So the last 18 months, 24 months, COVID baby, keeping a business going, all of that interesting stuff has been a huge experiment for me, and I'm sure you all feel exactly the same. What we do know from the organisations that we work with, or the people I should say that we work with, is that most people, unlike maybe my bike accident story, do not have a trauma moment to really drive down their resilience score. Instead, it is a far more interesting gradual drip, drip, drip effect against these 8 pathways, sometimes so subtle that we don't even notice it. 5-10 years later, gosh, I'm suddenly feeling really tired and drained. So all I do is invite you to be incredibly honest with yourself about where you are and just start to seek out ways that you can be more holistic and robust in your own approach. Now let's turn to the organisational layer, a slightly and more subtle, different way of thinking about it. How do I have to consider this stuff for my own career and my role within organisational contexts? Well, I'm sure many of us have heard the acronym of VUCA, but effectively, at a human, team, organisational, global level, it is really, sorry to use the term again, unprecedented with the layers and layers of change that we are experiencing. And actually, if you look at all the other things that are driving there, the talent shortages, the digitalisation, etc., what we as humans, as women, really need to own and protect is our resilience, is our sustainability, in order to enable ourselves to change, to constantly reinvent, to move with the seasons, and that can be our competitive advantage story. So not only for ourselves, but also in who we recruit. Are we asking these of the people that we're interested in bringing into the mix, of how we support the great talent in our teams already, and the broader organisational thinking around this topic? And that was what was so delighting when we started working with Aon, with Lisa. You may know Lisa's great colleague Stacey. So they really started to get this. And they really started to see that what if we start to guide our leadership team, the top 250 at Aon globally, through this process of being aware of their own 8 pathways, and also having a line of sight beyond the self into other factors, such as how do we build resilience as a capability or a muscle within our teams and our organisations. And that kind of really bold investment, that bold thinking, is what organisations are doing brilliantly. And the clever thing that Lisa did in particular was weave it beautifully into the inclusion journey. So what I know from the data that we capture through something we frame as the Human Sustainability Index is that women tend to underestimate their resilience by about 20%. I don't need to mention that men maybe overestimate it by about the same amount. But the reason this stuff is challenging for us is because we have a slightly differing rhythm each month. We have seasons, we have career breaks. It's actually harder to get used to exactly where we think we're going to be. However, when we start to really think about those 8 pathways, we can build more awareness and more accuracy behind that self-judgment or that self-awareness too. So when we have differing needs of women or different groups in an organisation, we can then get more sophisticated as leaders, as role models, as how we then begin to say, gosh, what are we actually going to do to encourage people to prepare for these seasons or these different moments in their resilience cycles, to recover from them? And how do we maybe integrate this into their overall performance objectives? As many performance frameworks now post-COVID are balancing out the ultimate outcome and behavioural impacts that we're all excited about. So the ultimate objective of women in organisational spaces is to really start to think about, how do I bring a whole sense of self, or all 8 pathways, to my working and non-working lives? And within that context, I would just like to leave you with probably 4 key things to think about, in addition to the resilience CV and some of the team and organisational thinking that I've touched on through the Aon example. One is, please deeply reflect on what we're all calling the COVID calibration or recalibration. Genuinely, what have you really learnt about all 8 pathways of yourself? So some of us are still a little bit murky in that mix. So really pausing and thinking through, gosh, certain aspects of myself are in a far better or a more challenging place than I ever thought. And if I was to really think through what I now need to lean into to build my resilience going forward, what would that be? The second thing I'd ask you to really think through is, what am I aiming for from a role modelling perspective now? So have I inadvertently promoted endurance, for example, in my team? How do I maybe reframe that? How do I maybe be more okay with the experimental language of someone or even myself trialing a pathway I've never even considered trying to build a skill set around before? The third thing I'd ask you to think about, especially within this sort of this audience today, is this sort of strength in resilience hood. Now, we are still not 100% clear on who is driving this agenda in our own communities. So we accidentally, especially when we're tired, maybe seek validation or feedback from people who are maybe promoting the burnout model, the endurance model, or different ways of thinking that aren't actually resilience at the heart. So being really thoughtful, who is in your resilience hood, your sisterhood, your resilience hood? Who do you want to go to constantly get that really fantastic feedback now to keep you on the pathway towards building a capacity for change and your own human sustainability approach? And the fourth thing I'd ask you to do is to start to talk about this at the team and the organisational level. Start to expect this as a global standard. Start to ask these questions in interviews of interviewers. And let's start to see where the next 5 years, hopefully there's not another accident in that mix, but let's start to see where we can take this agenda together. So hopefully that's been a useful 15, actually closer to 20 minutes now, so apologies, but a 20-minute conversation to take you through your own personal resilience CV and to reflect on the organisational and team layer and how we can all begin to drive change together. Thank you for having me. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Well, that was jolly informative. Anytime anyone speaks British to me, I listen more intently. I just believe that somehow they sound smarter than I do. So I don't know. Is that just me? Anyone else? I just love a British accent. I could fall in love with a man with an accent and a uniform. No, I would need nothing else beyond those 2 qualifications. I'd be fine. Australian accent, firefighter uniform, we'll live happily ever after. All right, without further ado though, let me quit talking and let's do something fantastic and fun right now. And that is, we would be remiss perhaps if we did not do what we're about to do next, because we are in Pasadena. It's almost the beginning of the year. The air is smelling like roses. You know where I'm going, don't you? Let's play some fun music and bring on the Rose Court, the Queen and her court, the princesses, for this year's Tournament of Roses Parade. Come on, ladies. Come on. Come on. Yeah. They have a little system where they all line up. They know their work. All right, but you know what? Let's have a little fun, shall we? I like to just throw things on you. Ready, Nadia? Yeah. Everybody, little music, little walking music. Let's all see, we're all gonna walk, okay. All right? And they're all gonna model the exact same fashion. Are you ready? Would you like me to lead it off, or do you feel you could do this? Free. Okay, I'll lead it off, all right. But again, if you're gonna do this, I need some attitude. Okay. All right? Yeah. I need some swagger. You got the attitude? You can go whatever order you want. The one with the most attitude goes first. That's gonna be you. I'll give you a little example that I'll let you do. I mean, if you're gonna walk it, you know, I really feel you gotta put some hip in it, right, ladies? Okay. You know, and then there's the crisscross where you can do the one in front of the other like that, okay? And then the most important thing when you get to the end is that you strike a pose, right? So when you get down here, I'll just, you know, I've been to a lot of little events. When you get down here, it's a pose with some attitude. And if you don't do it good, the deltas will tell you. All right, so if you don't You don't strike a pose. These divas can tell you a pose, what a pose is, all right? And then you do the turn, and then you walk back this way, all right? Okay, you got it? And then when the person in front of you gets right here, like to this tree, then the next one has to walk. Y'all with me? All right, music. Let's hear it for the chords. Don't forget the attitude, and the pose. Yes! Okay, now you next. Yeah, you're next. All right, this is the one they said is kind of sassy, so keep your eye on her. All right, let's see her go. And bam! All right, and next.
Oh my God.
Oh, right there. She's got it. Now that's a walk. Oh, yeah. That's a princess for you. Okay, who's next? Oh, this is all good. Oh, fantastic. Yes. Work it, work it. Oh, now look at that. Now that's the model walk if I ever saw it. See how she's like, she like walks like a gazelle. That's fantastic. Okay, who we got next? Oh, yeah.
Oh, God.
Yes. You notice they all have similar fashion sense. They all seem to have the same style, don't you? And here you have, I believe that's our queen. That, ladies and gentlemen, is Rose Queen Nadia Chung of La Cañada High School. Let's give it up for the court, shall we? They had no idea I was going to do that to them. So thank you very much. I was going to give commentary on your fashion choices, but I realized you had no choice in them. But here's a little something that you may not know about the courts. If one of them wears something that isn't regulation, or they forget something that they're supposed to be wearing, what's the rule, Nadia?
We all don't wear it.
Exactly. So if one forgets their necklace, none of them can wear the necklace. So who so far out of you has been the most, shall we say, lackadaisical?
You know what? We won't say. So when somebody forgets
it's like
something,
a cone of silence.
It is.
That's sisterhood,
right?
For you. That's
So.
sisterhood. Queen Nadia, would you mind introducing the wonderful court? Do you mind doing it?
Yeah.
You know all the girls better than I do at this point. So
course.
why don't you start with Sassy right here? Okay, who do we have here?
Awesome. So Janine Briggs from Marshall Fundamental High School. Next, we have Abigail Griffith from Pasadena High School. Jada Walden from La Cañada High School. I'm Nadia Chung from La Cañada High School. Swetha Somasundram from Arcadia High School. Next is Ava Feldman from South Pasadena High School. And Mackenzie Street from Flint Ridge Sacred Heart.
This is fantastic. All right, who's the oldest?
Oh,
and how old are you? Wow. She's all of 18. Yeah, okay. I'm feeling really good. Who's the youngest?
I think I am. August 12th? Yes. Swetha is the youngest.
And how old are you?
I'm 17.
17. Oh, to be 17 again. You guys are all beautiful. We'll be seeing so much more of you. I'm so excited because, you know, last year we missed you. I mean, not you individually, but the collective you and all the things that you do around the community. So you guys are going to have to do twice as much work. I don't know if they told you that. Twice as many appearances. They all just came from school. Don't they all look fantastic? Did y'all wear this outfit to school or was there a quick change? You did? That was fantastic. That's fantastic. Nadia, do you have a little something you'd like to say?
Yes, I do.
Okay, step ahead a little bit so everyone can see it.
Awesome.
Step ahead.
So on behalf of myself and the entire Royal Court, we really just want to say that we are honored to be here and we are so grateful to be representing the Tournament of Roses today. We want to recognize all of the corporate sponsors who have made this event possible because we know that all of these sorts of events contribute to women empowerment and health, which in turn allows our families to be healthy and empowered. So we're excited to be able to help present awards today, and I'll go ahead and pass the program back to Wendy.
Now that's a queen for you. Thank you, Nadia. Thank you so much. Well, we are indeed honored because we have a couple of wonderful recognitions that we'd like to do at this point, and the ladies will be helping me as well. First, it is the Pasadena chapter of the Delta Sigma Theta sorority. Girls, are you in the house? Oh, I love it. The Deltas have been such a dedicated volunteer group. They have shared their expertise. They've served as moderators. They've chaired committees. They've provided educational training, all for the 20 years of the conference. Actually, the 21st, if we think about it, because you're always working ahead. The Deltas show up and they show out. And if you cross one of them, you may be you may be facing a showdown of some sort. So just watch out, because the Deltas are there. We are honored. We're so honored to have such selfless women. They usually don't want to take credit for the good work they do. That is the true testament of someone who knows the value of true community service. But we have twisted their arms, their red jacketed arms right now. And we are going to honor them. President Leanne Evans, where are you, Leanne? Are you backstage or are we calling you up front? Here she comes. Little music, please. Little music for that walk on up. I need a little sassy. You guys have a theme song? You got anything? Mike, where's DJ Mike? Give me a little something. This is walk-up music. Yeah, do that. Oh, that's good. Come on, girls. Come on, girls. Now we're all doing it. Hey, Leanne, how are you? Come on up here. First of all, how are you?
I'm great.
How do you feel about the conference?
It's wonderful. I'm just elated to be here.
I love this jacket. Look at this. How do you get the jacket? Is it from the very beginning? How long can you wear one of these jackets?
For a lifetime.
Once you're in, you're in.
You're in. It's a lifetime commitment.
Lifetime commitment. Y'all lifers is what I'm hearing, right? They don't let you out, right? I always say you got to stick with the people that know you well, because they know all your secrets. So you want to be friends with them forever, right? Of course. That's the Deltas for you. Well, we are so excited to honor you guys. I believe we have the award right here. Look how beautiful that is. Oh, I love this. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to ask you just a couple more questions, though. Step out right here for me for a moment. And I believe there are a number of proclamations here. We won't make you open them all up, but I think basically everybody who's ever held a public office in Pasadena has signed something for your wall. But it's okay with the music for a moment. I would just love to know a little bit more about this group right here, these women, what they mean to you and what they mean to this community.
Well, we have been in Pasadena area since 1961. We are servicing our community through our 5 permitted thrusts. And we're just so honored to be here today.
What is it like to be the leader of such a powerful group?
Well, it's wonderful. I have a great group in my chapter. We have over 66 members, and we're here every day. They listen, I listen, and we work.
You get down to work. Is there any time for play?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah? I like you guys already. I love your spirit. I love your energy. And for someone standing on the stage, can I say that I have felt your energy today at this conference? So thank you, Deltas. Thank you for everything that you do. And I love that jacket. I'm going to have to work on getting me one of those one of these years. Thank you so much. Let's hear it for the Deltas. Our next award is our corporate award. Cliff, come stand next to me. Where's Cliff? Cliff is coming. It says right here. Oh, well, there you are, Cliff. I heard the thud and Cliff appeared. Cliff, it's so good to see you. Methodist Hospital has been a thriving partner and a vital element of this community and really this conference. And it really is the epitome of what constitutes a great friendship and a great partnership. When you find a corporate or an individual sponsor that contributes what Methodist Hospital has done and what Cliff has done, well, then you really know that you have a tremendous friend and a tremendous ally in this community. You have genuinely been a true partner for this conference for so many years. And the success of this conference requires volunteers like the Deltas and sponsors like Methodist Hospital to be able to pull all of this together. So we would like to present Methodist Hospital with the Treasured Hands Corporate Award and recognize Methodist Hospital for all they do, not only here in the community, but for this conference in per se. So, ladies and gentlemen, Cliff, the big guy here, and Methodist Hospital, come on out. You're gonna hand this to me, and then I'm gonna hand this to you. See how we did that? That's very fancy. Cliff, would you like to say a couple of things?
This thing's gonna fall.
I know. How about I hold it?
There we go.
I will. Queen, feels like a queen duty. Hold that. Princesses?
Oh,
there you go. There you go. Cliff, microphone.
Thank you, Wendy. I would just say we're always so proud to be part of this great event, and that this is not about us or me or Methodist Hospital. I just want to make sure that I thank my good friend and the actual founder and creator of this event, Lena Kennedy. None of this happens without Lena. As I've said many, many times before, she is a force of nature and one of those few people in the world that you cannot say no to. So I'm here every year for Lena and for the purposes that she has instilled in this event. And that's the same as Methodist Hospital. We're here to serve the community, help improve the health status of everyone in the San Gabriel Valley. And I think this conference goes a long way to bring services and information to an incredibly eclectic group of participants. And I would just encourage you all to spread the word, get people involved for next year, encourage them to attend, because I think this really serves as a benefit to everybody and makes everyone's lives a greater value here in the community. So thankful to be a part of it. We'll be here next year and looking forward to another successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Cliff. That's a partner. They already say they're going to be here next year. We appreciate you and all you do. Okay, you can give him back his award now. All right. And Cliff, how would you like to be escorted off the stage by 7 lovely, talented, smart, brilliant, diverse women? Yes, I'll come as well. All right, so walk off music, maestro. Let's get them off the stage. Thank you guys so much for everything that you do. Thank you, ladies. Well, they were going to escort you. You really missed out on that opportunity. Ladies first. I do love that, Cliff. Thank you so much. And again, we can't say enough as we get to kind of the, I don't want to say the conclusion. We still have a fantastic fashion show coming up, but we can't say enough about Lena and all of the work that she has done to bring us together and what has been an unprecedented time and an unusual year, but making this such a memorable conference for all of us. So we want to now introduce the DJ who has been rocking songs. It's a voice with dulcet tones, a man that you know, a man that you recognize. I know that you've heard him before. He's become a very good friend to me today. We're talking about DJ Jeff Gill. Jeff has never met a mic that he didn't like. He's also provided us with music throughout the day. He's the former KJLH radio personality. He continues to DJ. He's not DJing while Jeff's doing a whole bunch of different things. He's a home buyer. He's an investor. He's a real estate broker. So if you're in the market, Jeff could be your guy, and he could probably even spin a couple tunes while he sells you a new house. Anyway, we are so excited to have DJ Jeff, and without further ado, I'm going to bring him on up, and he is going to give you a fashion show that you won't soon forget. For you at home, sitting there in your soft pants, we'll enjoy the fashion show as well, because you know what, ladies? It's time to get dressed up again. And isn't it nice? Isn't it nice? Hey, it's been my pleasure. I hope to see all of you at the end of the conference, but it's been my pleasure to be your MC today, and thank you for welcoming me so warmly into your homes and into this conference room right here. So thank you. Hey, DJ Jeff, it's all about you, baby. Come on up. Oh, you were gonna do it from right down there? Where are you gonna do this?
I'll make my way up there.
Well, come on up. I gave the whole introduction.
I didn't know I was going to get spotlights.
Yeah, we got to put you up in the spotlights. I said that you're an investor, real estate broker, DJ. You got it all going on.
Well, we have a lot of things going on. We try and serve the community as best we can. Sometimes it's about making people dance or just enjoy themselves, like you.
Well,
hey, give Wendy a hand. She's been doing her thing up here.
Thank you.
She's the hardest working lady I've ever seen up here today.
Well,
you are doing it, and you are a pro.
Thank
it's an
you
honor
so
to be
much.
up here with you.
Well, I'm going to turn the duties over to you because I believe there is some fashion show magic about to happen.
You know what? 24 karat magic in the air.
Ooh, I feel a music cue coming on. Take it away, everybody.
Okay. And once again, a hand for Wendy. Okay, so I believe next we have a performance by It's Your Season, because this is your season. SoCal Women's Conference, the 20th anniversary. How about a hand for that one more time? Come on. Show your love, okay? It's Your Season. It's a group of friends who have danced together since they were in high school. So we're talking about, I don't know, maybe 5-6 years ago. You guys didn't get that one. Okay, you'll catch it in a minute. The season of the pandemic inspired them to dance together and create their own season. All right, so coming up, we have the performance of the It's Your Season dancers, and if they're ready, are they ready? We're gonna bring them to the stage right about now. A hand for the It's Your Season dancers. Let's welcome them. Come on. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Oh, yeah. What a great performance. Give it up for the It's Your Season dancers. So well done, well done. It's always a treat. Our last event on today's agenda is the fashion show. We've been waiting for this all day, so get ready. It's always a highlight Elizabeth Ellis, the director of the fashion show we just saw on stage. She's going to rejoin us right now. Elizabeth Ellis is a native of Pasadena and a professional dancer. She teaches dancing. She's been a banking professional for many, many years. And in addition to being a civic leader, she loves serving as the producer of SoCal Health Conference fashion show. So let's bring back to the stage one more time and a big welcome for Elizabeth Ellis.
Good evening, good afternoon, everyone, and greetings for you being here, taking the time to learn more, do more, and participate in our 20th year. So congratulations for you being here. We hope you guys have a wonderful time. I wrote a little writing in the program, so take the time to read it. So now we're ready to begin and have fun. And just sit back, relax, and enjoy. We first will begin with Wilburn Sisters Designs. She's a designer that's extraordinary, got her unique gift for designing from her mother, Elizabeth, along with 6 other sewing sisters. Her creative styles are Afrocentric with an international flair crossing all cultures. Help me at this moment welcome our wonderful models as they strut. This show will be fabulous. Come on, models, let's go.
All right, Rona. Oh my gosh. You strut, girl. Weren't they awesome? Oh my goodness, beautiful colors. Yes, all seasons. These clothes are for all seasons. Yes. And at this time, we will bring up Valerie and her daughter. Just lost my page. And they will be modeling. You Are So Beautiful, Unique Boutique is a fashion apparel design studio in Riverside, California. Valerie and her daughter, Asia Johnson, are a gifted mother and daughter design team. Together, they are a collection of one-of-a-kind signature creations that can be transformed in 7 different ways, designed to assist you in maximizing your unique God-given beauty. Let us welcome Unique Boutique. As I continue to read a little bit more of Unique Boutique, Valerie Johnson is a fashion coordinator, artist, image consultant, and interior decorator. She has been in business and in fashion industry for the last 25 years. In 1990, Valerie attended LA Trade Tech, where she studied fashion, interior design, and merchandising. She became an instructor for FIDM. That's the Fashion Institute of Design and Merchandise. Let us welcome again. Amen. Valerie Boutique.
right. Let's give it up for the models. Yes. Yes. Hazel Bags and Apparel. Hazel Solomon Jimmy established Hazel Bag in 2001. She has raised thousands of dollars for women, children's organizations on the West Coast, including City of Hope, Cypric Fibrosis, Teen Challenge, California Council of the Blind, Emblem Clubs, Pasadena Symphony, and many more. Hazel is international member since 2010 and was recognized by Business Life magazine in 2016 as Women Achievers honoree. And let us welcome Hazel Bags and Apparel.
Yes, beautiful job. Lovely models. Yes, you guys did a wonderful job. We're not finished. We still have a little bit more to go. So continue to enjoy the fashion show. Yeah. As we're waiting, how's everyone doing out there? You doing well? Let me know by hand clapping. Yes. You guys been having a wonderful time thus far? Yes, yes. It's a beautiful venue and a beautiful event. So now let's continue as we go through the remainder of our fashion show. Thank you.
again. And I don't wanna make the same mistakes all over again.
I like that acting. They cleaned him up really nicely, didn't he? Oh my goodness, that was interesting. And I enjoyed it. I'd like to thank my fashion show committee. They worked hard and diligent to put this on for your enjoyment, and they made me proud. I want to thank all the models and all the designers that put forth the clothes and did everything just in fashion and a spirit of excellence. So I say thank you. At this point, we were going to close out the fashion show, but we're not finished yet. You'll witness all the designs that the models are going to wear. They'll be walking with a designer that created. So we're going to do our designer walk and strut. Yeah, so give us a moment and we'll be ready to roll. So we're going to have the designers come out. And we have Valerie and Asia. You are so beautiful, unique boutique with her models and designs. Give it up, give it up, give it up. And we have Hazel Bags and Apparel. Hazel Solomon Jimmy with Hazel Bags and Apparel. Give it up, give it up. And her models. And her design. All right, all right. Beautiful, beautiful. Work it, girls. Work it, girls. All right. And our last designer is Wilburn Sisters Design. Come on, Carolyn. All right, here we have Carolyn Wilburn, the designer of Wilburn Sisters Design. Work it, Carolyn. Go, girl. All right. I love that design on you. Wow. No, that's tough. That's tough. I love it. All right. Gorgeous, gorgeous. All right, work it. Beautiful colors. Carolyn Wilbur Sister Designs. And if we can have all the models come out and let's walk one more strut. Come on, guys. This is your day. Work it. All the models come out with the designers and work it, work it, work it. Hazel, come on out, come on out. Yeah, work it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wonderful, wonderful. And that's it, girls. We got more? All right, let's do it. There's more, they ain't finished. They're getting used to this showing off. Come on now, let's go, let's go. Oh, I love it, I love it. All right. Valerie and Asia. We give it up for them. All right. We don't want to miss anyone. Come on, come on. All right, guys. I hope you guys loved it. I hope you guys enjoyed everything that took place today. And I'm going to turn this over to Jeffrey.
Hey, this has been fun. Remember, it's your season. So I was back there getting inspired. I said, I want my pant leg up too. I was gonna let one sleeve up, do my thing. But as a man, you gotta make sure that you don't have your belly out, so you gotta lean forward. You know what's up. Hold on. Where my girls at? All right, we've had a great time today. Once again, my name is Jeff Gill. I wanna thank a whole lot of people right now because they gave me 3 pages of people to thank because it took a lot of people to put this thing together. It's been 20 years for the SoCal Women's Conference, so we're going to take our time and get through this. Can I get an amen on that? All right. It's your season, and we had a great day today, and we want to thank our very incredible sponsors because without sponsors, you can't do something like this on this level. First class. This is first class. Come on now, look at these screens. Look at this stuff here. Oh, wow, that's me. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. Our presenting sponsors, Aon, want to thank them, and Methodist Hospital. Our gold sponsors, City National Bank. Silver sponsors, Los Angeles County Supervisor Catherine Barger, Julia Gao, Tina Hostovich, Capital Group. Bronze sponsors, City of Hope, Southern California Gas Company, Ellen Silk Screening, YWCA of San Gabriel Valley, Pasadena City College, Janet Braun, AT&T, Linda Williams, also friends that help support, Northrop Grumman, Blue Shield of Southern California, of California actually, Sandra Choi, Edgewood Realty Partners, Pasadena Community Foundation, Neighbors, City of Pasadena, CHAP Media, let's talk about them, Outlook Newspaper, the Arroyo Pasadena Media, the Pasadena San Gabriel Valley Journal. We also want to thank, go ahead, get that clap out. You don't got to hold your claps back. Hey, we also want to thank Brighton Jewelry for their gifts for all the speakers and honorees. So a big hand for Brighton Jewelry. I got to give a big thank you to Wendy Birch for emceeing this event tonight. Without her, this would have been a different event. Wendy, you did your thing, okay? Also want to thank Jerry Suddeth, Camille Dudley, and Sharon Billingsley for the booths out there. Hopefully you patronized the booths, bought something nice for yourself or somebody as we enter this season of giving. I also want to thank Andre Ellis and Angela Williams for doing all the decorations, these lovely trees and things that we got going on here, man. It's absolutely fabulous. Want to thank Char Bland for logistics. Also, we just saw Elizabeth Ellis was here just a minute ago, and her team for doing this entertainment and the fashion show. A big hand for Elizabeth. I also want to thank Juanita West Tillman and Lynette West Carter for the green room. Jerry Robin for the magazine. Chuck Pulliam and Ron Carter for the man cave. And while you were here, there was actually a virtual man cave that some of you saw that weren't actually in the room with us, but it happened virtually. We also want to thank Irina Melkomian and Benita Bennett for producing the Young Women's Commission Conference, which also happened simultaneously to this main conference that we had here. Beverly Nelson and Serge Nelson for coordinating all the volunteers, of which there were many. So we thank you for serving and being a volunteer. Also want to thank Sandra Ware for the VIP lounge, Noreen Sullivan for coordinating the speakers and serving as the station manager here, the stage manager. Also want to thank Deborah Carter, Shira Arrington for public relations, Denise Morey for being chief operating officer. Also want to thank Christopher Morey for the website and much of the tech behind the conference. You know, it's a tech world now, so that's a skill that, hey, can't go without it nowadays, all right? So a big thank you for that. Want to thank Mr. Sam Yarborough, Mrs. Sam Yarborough, I'm sorry, for being a sidekick to the founder here, Lena Kennedy, okay? Yeah, we're going to do a big thank you for her. Want to thank Danny Parker for being part of the team. Also Christopher Morey and Savannah Morey, the grandchildren of Lena Kennedy, for their tireless hours as volunteers. And they did their thing today. And let us all thank the architect of this conference for the last 20 years. So let's give a big thank you and celebrate Miss Lena Kennedy. So this is going to conclude this event today, but be sure to patronize the wonderful fashion designers and the local artists whose work were displayed today. Rhea Owens, and also Kenny. He's got some art out there. I'm going to make sure I stop by and take a look. And be sure to complete the evaluation form that will be emailed to you. And we'll be sure to see you next year. You guys have a wonderful weekend, and make sure you get your groove on. DJ Invisible Man, give them something.